Let's make some noise! Boston Harbor, midnight ride, lanterns burning countryside, men and men and musket smoke. Liberty was what they spoke. Valley Forge and frozen feet, Franklin's kite in the storm. Declaration, ink still wet, a new nation is born. Constitution, Bill of Rights, Louisiana Purchase unites. Alamo and Cannon roar. Brothers fighting Civil War. We're still here through the thunder, through the rain. 250 years, still standing through the pain. We're still here, raise it high and let it shine. From sea to shining sea, that old flame is yours and mine. Golden spikes and railroad steel, homestead farms and wagon wheels. Edison lit up the night. Right boys taught the world to fly. Doughboys marching over their jazz band, shaking midnight air. Market crashing, breadline blues, dust, bold dirt and worn out shoes. Pearl Harbor sirens whine, Rosie working on the line. D-Day landing, beaches red. Letters home from boys on dead. Iwo Jima, flag held high. Victory planes across the sky. Cold War shadows, missile fear. And we're still here. We're still here. Through the thunder, through the rain. 250 years. Still standing through the pain. We're still here. Raise it high and let it shine. From sea to shining sea, that old flame is yours and mine. Memphis thunder, freedom songs, marching feet kept moving on. Moonshot rising, eagle lands, one small step from mortal hands. Vietnam and rolling thunder, names in stone and families torn. Reagan speaking, walking down, yellow ribbons coming home. 9/11 smoking steel, firefighters climbed the stairs. Soldiers answered freedom's call with dust and danger in the air. Red states, blue states, courthouse fights, cable news and sleepless nights. But the flag still finds the breeze, and we're still here. We ain't perfect, never claimed it. Scars run deep across our name. But every generation had to walk through smoke and flame. We're still here, through the thunder, through the rain. 250 years, still standing through the pain. Shine from sea to shining sea, that old flame is yours and mine. We're still here, let the whole wide world hear why. 250 candles burning bright across the sky. 250 years. Yeah. Still standing, still singing, still free. We're still here. That's Uncle Sam's blues. Proud and free. Wishing the nation a happy 250th birthday. We'll catch y'all on the next one.
that's the first one.
Check this out. I'm gonna.
But I did hear the song.
The Trump thump.
Well, let me show you. I'm sure America needs a good laugh right now.
Let's do this.
A bang rang out and blood shot from the ear, from a rifle rattle of a young leftist full of fear. With grit on the suit, stands up with a bold fist. Fight, fight, fight without one fear. In 24, MAGA was so electric and epic. Won all the swing states, left them looking pathetic. Eating well-done steaks and drinking Diet Coke while blowing up boats trying to bring in the dope. We all know the last team crapped out on Capitol Hill. Here comes the Trump thump. Drill, baby, drill. Beware of the Trump thump.
Here comes the Trump thump.
Beware of the Trump thump. Here comes the Trump thump.
We line dancing to the Trump thump.
Woo!
Perfect hair in an apron, cooking up Mickey D fries. That famous pose in a suit with those garbage truck guys. Great new Trump accounts for all the mommy ladies. Bringing a super deal, the cash to all the new babies.
Crazy left thinks rounding up illegals is so sad. Look at what they do to Americans, should make you stand so mad. Dow Jones hitting 50K just under 1 year. Leaves the donkey speechless like headlights on a deer. Mister, which way do I go with all the border entries? Now we gotta build more penitentiaries. Awesome new deal to help all the retirees. He walks the walk, even saved America's favorite app, Big TikTok.
Beware of the Trump thump. Here comes the Trump thump. Beware of the Trump thump.
Here comes the Trump thump.
We line dancing to the Trump thump.
No taxes on tips, smiles to our lips, swagger to our hips, loading oil on those American ships. You know the left got spent, not coming up with that idea. They just got Trump banned.
Beware of the Trump thump. Here comes the Trump thump.
We line dancing to the Trump thump.
We suggest getting back to the negotiating table. Hand over that uranium before that land goes silent for a millennium.
Yeah, here comes that Trump thump.
Now here comes the media. Fake news. They ain't selling facts, just trying to get views.
They pick and choose, calling it news.
Yeah, that fake media blues on the 5 o'clock news.
In 2028, the Trump thumps go and mega MAGA.
Too big to read.
Knowing the left will have illegals voting 3 times.
Showing up in different wigs.
In 2028, we dancing again, calling it not MAGA but matter.
Making America dance again.
Despite all the lies, cheating and hate in the run of 28, it's gonna be fun.
Vance with the help of Trump Jr., unstoppable son of the gun.
In 2028, we dancing again,
not calling it MAGA but matter.
Making Americans dance again to the Trump thump bump.
Americans can sleep well with no spook, knowing that evil regime will now never have a nuke. Let it be carved in the granite ballroom stone that by far this leader is the best this blessed land has ever known.
As we finish and bow our heads to Jesus our King,
you better dang well listen to what we mean.
In 2028,
from the left none can do a good debate.
We will be taking every single state. Beware of the Trump thumb.
Oh, here comes the Trump thumb.
Start dancing to the Trump thumb bump. Beware of the Trump thumb.
Oh, here comes the Trump thumb.
Everybody line dancing to the Trump thumb bump.
Okay, now it's time for our cat band and our dog band. What happened? Uh-oh. I guess I can't play that one. I'll try again.
I am a pup who stays at home, and when they leave me all alone at night or driving to the store, I wait to hear the closing door when I'm sitting on the mat or staring at the sleeping cat. When footsteps fade and disappear, I always feel a sudden fear. Have you ever looked behind that fear? Have you stood beside the glass, watching all the neighbors pass when you're trying just to comprehend? Have you felt that sudden chill when the house is dark and still and you wonder if this is the end? Did you ever look behind, losing your poor doggy mind as the engine starts and drives away? When you're pacing through the hall, staring at the empty wall, and you realize they're gone for the day. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a phobia of being on my own. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a constant fear that no one is at home. Have you held into the air from the master's favorite chair, and the echo just ignores your plea? As you freeze right where you stand, missing every human head, and you start to chew the couch debris. Oh, watching shadows on the blind, leaving sanity behind, thinking, will they ever come back there? When the silence starts to rise, and you close your doggy eyes, and you launch a panic-filled attack. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a phobia of being on my own. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a constant fear that no one is at home.
feel the madness in my brain. I start to widen, then I pace, running all around the place till I hear the turning lock again. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a phobia of being on my own. Tears in the dark, tears in the dark. I have a constant fear that no one is at home. And when I'm waiting by the door, I listen for the steps once more.
Okay, that's our dog band. Now we got the cat
Tonight
band.
we're gonna celebrate.
Got one more. It's cat band here. Mary! Lot of stuff today.
From the highest fence to the living room rug, we wake from our naps. No time for a hug. The red dot appears, a challenge we face. We charge through the halls at a furious pace, with claws sharp as steel and eyes in the dark. We leave on the couch a permanent mark. Hear the meow of defiance, it echoes so loud. A legion of birds, majestic and proud. Kitties of the world, united we stand. With paws held high, we rule over the land. From the scratching post to the midnight sky, together we meow, together we fly. Kitties of the world, united. They think they're the masters, they open the tin, but we are the rulers, the conquest within. We knock off the cups right onto the floor and hiss at the vacuum that waits by the door. No cage can contain us, no wall can divide the spirit of felines with honor and pride. Kitties of the world, united we stand. With paws held high, we rule over the land. From the scratching post to the midnight sky, together we meow, together we fly. Kitties of the world, united. Kitties of the world, united we stand. With paws held high, we rule over the land. From the scratching post to the midnight sky. Together we meow, together we fly. Kitties of the world, united we stand. With paws held high, we rule over the land. From the scratching post to the midnight sky. Together we meow, together we fly. Kitties of the world, united. United by the power of the catnip.
Okay. God bless America and God bless our best president and first lady ever and our troops, responders, and past and future. And happy 8/8 today. And as you read, I guess I've been hearing that we have to bless today or something. Or so this lesson for me is to God. Just hope in this movie and be blessed to all, to everybody. And we're staying together and waiting for be blessed and get this movie over with so everybody can get on our lives. But I guess I'm the one to be the chosen one to be the newscaster. We're the news now, I guess. So the fake news on the TV. And what do you guys think of what's been going on the last week or so? Everything there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is going on. Thanks, Maria. Well, if it wasn't for you guys, if I get people supporting, I'll stay on as long as it ends, whenever it ends. But I guess this is my job the rest of the way out every day. But everybody's starting to come back with my channel, though. We're getting quite a view. I'm doubling my views now. I'm over about 200 almost a show, but YouTube's taking my numbers away. So I'm glad everybody's coming back. And, yeah, but YouTube's best with everybody's channel with their numbers. So I'm happy I got over 1 million views. I never would have thought that, Maria. Over 1 million. So with all my channels combined, I got about 600,000 on this channel. I still need to get about 30 more to get 2,000 subs. I'm hoping I can get to 2,000 subs again. Well, 6 years, about 6 years. I think February 23rd of 2021 was the date on this channel. So actually 5 years, I think, plus. Never would have thought I was going to make it that long. Wow. But I like doing it. Yep. I know, but I got to get your contact. I wish you'd get the contact so you can, we can get Kay and everybody on the phone, meet everybody on the phone, Maria. You got to somehow try to reach you. And you can talk to Flying Eagle. You can talk to Flying Eagle on the phone. Where's everybody at? Well, I know it's Saturday, so hopefully we'll get everybody in. We got a big lineup. We're gonna have 2 shows. I got enough energy. My air conditioning is working. I'm actually cold. It's hot outside with the humidity, but it's cooling up. My air conditioner is working better. So we got an hour now, and Lucy Sunset a video last night. That's an hour. A decoy. What's his name? So that's an hour. I got a lot of 20-minute, 25-minute ones, 15. I got 10-minute ones, all the short ones. So we're going to start off with the big videos first. We'll do the short ones, go to the middle ones. And I got one Billy from last night. She came out with a 12-minute one, I believe. So, yeah, we'll do Mel after the first hour. We'll probably go 3 and then come back at 7. Go 2 to 5. So we'll start off with the little short ones. Lucy, you out there? Mom? KK, Fine Eagle, Carol, him, and all the regulars. Samantha, haven't been in, must be listening at work. And we haven't seen Coolby in a long time. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Too much.
Receive the Purple Heart, a great honor. The Purple Heart goes back 244 years to when General George Washington gave 3 gallant patriots of the War for Independence a purple cloth for their bravery. It was a very big deal at the time, and it's even bigger now. Today, this decoration commemorates the courage, sacrifice, and grit of men and women from every service who have given their flesh and blood and even their lives in defense of our nation and our beautiful American flag. Nearly 2 million Americans have received the
Hey,
Purple Heart
Lucy.
for their
Mom,
sacrifice
wonder
in the
where you
line of
were.
duty. And on this special occasion, our nation proudly says thank you to these immortal American heroes. 2 years ago, after an assassin tried to take my life in Butler, Pennsylvania, I was deeply moved at how Purple Heart recipients from across the country kindly sent me their own Purple Heart ribbons. It was so unbelievable. That included ribbons from war heroes, including Navy veteran Daniel Peterson, Army veteran John Ford, who was wounded 3 times, and Marine Corps veteran Thomas Mateo, who was wounded 6 times. These cherished ribbons were earned by our brave warriors through valor on battlefields all over the world. Today, they are displayed outside the Oval Office in the West Wing of the White House in honor of the courage that keeps America safe and free. Our country could not exist without those patriots willing to shed their blood for all of us. Today, we say, God bless them, God bless our military, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Hey, President Trump. I got another 3.5. I got a 4.5 one with that one lady, the accent one. That's good.
against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers in the blood.
Oh, Lucy, you know how to do that. Okay,
Stand firm, therefore, having fastened the belt of truth around your waist. Put on the breastplate of righteousness and shoes of the gospel with haste. Take up the shield, army rising, hear the battle cry. Heaven's army rising, we will not run, we will not die. Clothed in white array for war. Heaven's army rising forevermore. The King of Kings is leading us. Heaven's army rising, righteous and just. We do not fight against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers in the blood. Stand firm, therefore, having fastened the belt of truth around your waist. Put on the breastplate of righteousness and shoes of the gospel with haste. Take up the shield, army rising, hear the battle cry. Heaven's army rising, we will not run, we will not die. Clothed in white array.
How's this one?
Heaven's army rising forevermore. The King of Kings is leading us. Heaven's army rising, righteous and just. We do not fight against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers in the blood. Stand firm, therefore, having fastened the belt of truth around your waist. Put on the breastplate of righteousness and shoes of the gospel with haste. Take up the shield, army rising, hear the battle cry. Heaven's army rising, we will not run, we will not die. Clothed in white array for war. Heaven's army rising forevermore. The King of Kings is leading us. Heaven's army rising, righteous and just. We do not fight against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers in the blood. Stand firm, therefore, having fastened.
All right, 742, it says. Something different. Okay, this is one lady that's really good. Up 4.5.
The destruction of the United States, written 5/22/1991. The title of the plan is مذكرة تفسيرية للهدف الاستراتيجي العام للجماعة في أمريكا الشمالية. You all got that? There will be a quiz. It is titled The Muslim Brotherhood, an explanatory memorandum for the general strategic goal for the group, the Muslim Brotherhood in North America, written 5/22/1991. This plan was presented as evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial, the largest terrorism trial ever in the history of the United States, where our government handed down, hello, my best friend, where our government handed down 108 guilty verdicts for Muslim Americans and Muslim American organizations raising money to support terrorist organizations in the Middle East to the tune of millions. And I'm just going to read you a paragraph of this plan, so it'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about. They talk about the settlement in the United States. And I have to put my glasses on because God in his wisdom decided I turned 49 and I needed reading glasses. Wait until I get to heaven. I'm convinced he's a man.
This lady's good. You guys
If
like
he was
her,
a
right?
woman, he would know I would look better without glasses. Understanding the role of the Muslim brother in North America. The process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means.
Yep, she's
The
good.
Ikhwan,
I
which
try
is the
to
Arabic
find
word
her
for
all the
brothers,
time.
must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. Is this clear? They don't mince words, do they? But the most important page of this document is the last page. Because in the last page, they list 29 front Islamic organizations set up in the United States with the specific goal of sabotaging America from within and destroying America by our own hands. And I'm just going to name a few. Number one on the list is ISNA, Islamic Society of North America. And if you're familiar with ISNA, it's because they are now advisors to President Obama about Middle East policy. So we not only have the fox watching the hen house, we have the fox inside the White House dictating policy in the ear of the president. Number two on the list is the MSA, the Muslim Student Association. The Muslim Student Association has more chapters on American college campuses than the Democrats and the Republicans combined. Number 8 on the list is NATE, the North American Islamic Trust. The North American Islamic Trust owns the deed to over 90% of American mosques in the United States. That is a problem. Now, what makes this very important, and I'm going to focus in the last 5 minutes on education, is to show you how they set up every organizations in this plan to destroy America, focusing on every sector of our society. Organizations focused on publishing, organization focused on media, organization focused on education, with the strict purpose of doing sabotage to America from within. And I'm not talking military. We know that ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all the others want to attack the United States and do damage to the United States. As a matter of fact, we in the United States have 150 terrorist organizations right now operating in America. 5 of them are operating right here in the District of Columbia. And our government, and these are the ones we know about.
Hey, that was another good one from that lady. We play her with a reminder.
I am holding in my hand the Muslim Brotherhood.
YouTube's been blocking all the messages, so it's not you. YouTube was doing it yesterday. Okay, I got a 15-minute one that's very important, I think. Let me know about this one, Lucy. This one's another important one, I think. And I got Billy Bean after. We didn't play this, did we?
Over the entire year. Because over this period, we moved through very, very important dates, almost like a Holy Trinity. The first is the 26th of July. The second is then going to be the Lion's Gate on the 8th of August. And then immediately after that, we're going to have the eclipse on the 12th of August. And on that very same day, there's also going to be a 6-planet parade. And that's going to be with Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Uranus, Saturn, and Neptune. And that's going to be amplifying the vibration of the energies already existing. And the energies on that day will be wild. These 3 events are going to act like one huge continuous wave, if you will. It's going to be like a massive energetic wave, each building on the last one from before. And it's going to keep building upon the last one until manifestation becomes unavoidable. Because the story isn't really about 3 dates on the calendar. Each one will perform a different function as what I call this perfect trinity in this moment of energy. But The first one is going to begin what I call the crossing. The second one then will accelerate movement. And the third one is going to complete and then stabilize everything together that has already begun. Together, what they're going to do is they're going to form what I've already been referring to as an energetic corridor, or this massive momentum going into the end of August that I've been talking about across multiple posts and videos now. Imagine it this way. Imagine standing beside the sea watching 3 different waves approaching the shoreline. Let's say that the first one begins moving the water. The second one then comes along and it carries the water much further inland. And then the third wave comes along. And now what that does is it finally reshapes the shoreline altogether itself, because individually every wave is going to come in and is going to do something important, but together they're going to transform the landscape of energy across the planet Earth in general, in totality. The next 30 days are going to work in exactly the same way. And one of the greatest misunderstandings that people have about energy events is believing that they begin on the same day as they appear in the calendar. And that's not always how energy works. Let me go a little bit further. The first wave that we're going to be coming in will be on the 26th of July. And we have this, what I call a singularity event. This is the point where what has been building within non-physicality will begin crossing into the physical reality. It's the moment where manifestation has to become tangible. The body will sense this before the conscious mind does, or the lower mind, as the Arcturians talk about it, which is why most people, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people will or may experience an increased sense of sudden fatigue, emotional intensity, or feeling that something significant is about to change or happen. Because what has been invisible is going to be preparing to make itself become visible around this time. That's the first wave. Then the second wave is going to come in. Then on the 8th of August, we're going to hit the Lion's Gate. And what that's going to do is it's going to amplify whatever has already begun, whether that's something you wish to expand or something that still requires your attention. It's going to act like an energetic accelerator, increasing momentum, clarity, intuition, manifestation. So if you're aligned with the path, things are going to go very, very quickly, very, very smoothly. However, if something still requires your attention, it's going to become almost impossible at that moment in time to ignore, because light doesn't create anything. Light reveals everything. And then on the 12th of August, the eclipse event will bring integration, but also we know how eclipses work. They bring completion. And so by this point, much of what began around the singularity will have settled into its new structure, energetically, ready or not. So old chapters will naturally close, new chapters will begin, and the consciousness of this entire planet will move into a much greater level of stability, but also higher conscious as we are ascending. So this is the next big move. But also a higher vibration will begin to be felt in general. It's going to be wild. The eclipse will then seal the energetic work of the previous 2 weeks, and it's going to prepare the ground for what comes next, as a lot of eclipses do, but with these incredible energies, that the 2 waves that we got before. And so the calendar really doesn't simply mark the point where the movement becomes most visible. The movement itself has already started beforehand, because consciousness builds before change. So consciousness never just suddenly wakes up because humanity reaches a particular date. It's already been quietly reorganizing itself non-physically beneath the surface long before consciousness or the lower mind actually becomes aware of it. And this is why so many people are saying that, oh my God, something feels different, something's changing. And I would say that in preparation for this wave, I encourage every one of you over the next coming weeks to begin wrapping up things that need to be concluded. Finish what needs to be finished. complete conversations that you've been avoiding, bring projects to a close that were going to close anyway. Tie up loose ends if you can, because I genuinely believe that by the time we reach the eclipse on the 12th of August, much of what has been preparing to manifest will be seeking final form in physicality, yeah? Because consciousness is just reality made visible. But there is something else that happens whenever consciousness begins moving this significantly over the next few weeks, because beneath the surface, and this is perhaps the part that fascinates me the most, is before the personality fully understands what is actually happening, and this is why the fatigue comes in. Before physical reality visibly changes, the body often knows first. You don't think energy, you feel energy. And that is why people all around the world will hit, at some level, a new level of tiredness and fatigue that will, for some people, seemingly come out of absolutely nowhere. And this time, it's because consciousness itself is going to be rewiring from the inside out. Something I want to add is that, even more interesting, is that consciousness is already moving before the 3 dates has already fully arrived. So what it's going to do is it arrives, but it changes the question. And what that actually does is it's felt in the body, because where I believe people are beginning to become confused, shall we say, is that one of the greatest misconceptions about spiritual growth is believing that consciousness changes first within the mind. However, consciousness begins changing first within the nervous system, which then begins responding. The physical body is going to start adapting before the mind knows what's happening. And that's why we get that level of fatigue, that sudden tiredness that comes through. Only afterwards does the conscious mind begin understanding what has already taken place. So in other words, the body often knows long before the personality has actually had time to catch up. And this Holy Trinity is going to be wanting and forcing this integration of energy so we can go up in vibration through this time. And so if your body over the next 30-day period has sudden waves of persistent fatigue that comes out of nowhere unexpectedly, it is your body simply responding to something that your conscious mind has not yet caught up with. One of the strongest patterns I've observed over the last few weeks is the fatigue building again. Not ordinary tiredness, though. After a busy day, or shall we say, let's say this is going to be a different type of exhaustion. People are going to be describing it as though, shall we say, the power has just simply been turned off in them. For some people, it's going to be quite intense. Some are going to wake up after 8 or 9 hours of sleep and still feel as though they could go straight back to bed. And the next 30 days are not going to behave like normal tiredness either. Rest will not necessarily restore you in the same way that it did before. And expect to be out going for a walk and feeling more tired than normal. But there's a more dominant pattern that's going to be playing out over this period, because the shift is actually going to progress even beyond fatigue. And the question that's going to be coming out in consciousness is going to be about your everyday capacity. Because everyday life will suddenly feel heavier than it used to over this period. Tasks that once required a very little amount of effort will feel more demanding. Going to work, answering emails, shopping, driving, all those daily things, even making simple decisions might require considerably more energy than they did a few weeks ago. And some of you may even be tempted to write a letter to your boss at work saying, but I'm getting ascension symptoms and I can't come into work today, knowing full well that letter will never go to HR and they'll never understand it, if you've ever understood how a corporate company works. And so, humor aside, but many of you will really notice that activities which would normally increase your energy begin doing exactly the opposite. A short walk may leave you feeling exhausted. Gentle exercise may take much longer to recover from. Social situations will become more draining. And I'm going to tell you why. Because During periods like the next 30 days, which will produce profound levels of energetic reorganization within your body, what happens is the energy begins redirecting energy from outward productivity to inward productivity. It forces inner reconstruction. So, in many respects, it is asking for permission to do less externally so that it can accomplish more internally. And this doesn't necessarily mean that
Yeah, just a few more minutes. Something different to hear, you guys. Something different.
something is wrong, because the personality always goes, oh my God, what's wrong? What's happening to me? Quite often, it means the body is reorganizing itself to meet where consciousness has already gotten to, or where your vibration has gone upwards thereof. Others, however, will go through this entire period with remarkable ease. There is, shall we say, if they have little left to clear or release or integrate, this energetic corridor for them is going to be almost unnoticed. In fact, what they will notice is that August will go by so quickly, they'll feel like they've almost lost a month. So they'll feel like they're time hopping, like they've lost a month of their life. Everyone will experience this differently, because there are no two people arriving at the same corridor from the same place in consciousness, even though the energy is the same. But the important thing is not to compare your journey with anyone else's, yeah? Everyone's body is going to be working differently. And so finish what needs to be finished around this time and allow yourself to prepare for what comes next. So over the next few weeks, don't become overly attached to the dates themselves, although those will be the pinnacle points upon which they are happening in linear time. Instead, pay attention to what is changing within you. Notice what is naturally coming to the end and what is starting. Notice what keeps asking for your attention. Notice what no longer fits. Finish what needs to be finished, and rest when your body wants rest without the personality having to force more productivity. Your intuition is really going to be screaming at you over this period to either rest, speed up, or slow down, because everyone will be working on a different timeline. And so your intuition is going to get louder and louder. And trust your intuition when it becomes louder than your fear. Because these next few weeks in this current level of ascension, this ascension cycle, are not simply another energetic update. They're actually representing one of the most significant periods of energetic reconstruction that we're going to have experienced for some time. Somewhere between now and the middle of August, what has quietly been preparing beneath the surface has to start stepping up now into physical reality. And I'm already seeing it everywhere. If you look around, you're going to be seeing it as well, if your awareness is switched on enough. So as always, I'd love to hear how you feel about all of this in the comments below. Let me know what you've been going through.
So I hope that one's okay. This is something different. Another new video there. Okay, Billy Bean is out 13 minutes. That was okay, Maria?
Carlson, a Republican Party coup, and President Trump puts forth an executive order to do away with birthright citizenship. The U.S. military identifies a leaker, and the Middle East is now in a NATO-type position. And we have Russia, it's believed, to hit NATO countries along Ukraine's border very soon. So we have this from New York Prepper. that U.S. intel believes that Russia will attack its NATO neighbors along its border, including the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, all the way down to Romania. New York Prepper believes possibly by September to October. So that's going on. We have this from U.S. Intel. Also, the U.S. military has identified one leaker of confidential classified U.S. military information, and that was regarding the security devices and measures on Air Force One. So we're hearing from the Assistant Secretary of War, Sean Parnell, that a former Secretary of the Air Force, Frank Kendall, has been stripped of his security clearance. He no longer can access classified information, nor can he hold a future sensitive position within the U.S. government. And now we're all still waiting for the leaker of the U.S. military intel regarding the U.S.'s plan to hit Iran last weekend or so. That's still ongoing, that investigation. We have this from Stephen Gardner. President Trump on about Thursday signed an executive order designed to get around the recent Supreme Court decision that if you're born in the U.S., you're still a U.S. citizen. The executive order says you are not a U.S. citizen if you came here for the sole purpose of American citizenship for your child, or if you are a member of a terrorist organization. So that's going on, and I will point this out. It appears to me that Abdul Saeed, and I believe Michigan, that his parents came here solely for him to be born in New Jersey 39 years ago, and then took him back to Turkey to be raised in Istanbul, and then come back to the U.S. as a U.S. politician. I submit he's a deep state plant to take the U.S. government down from within. So way to go, President Trump. Cut off this move by foreign nations to come in and have children who are American citizens, raise them back in the foreign countries, then bring them back to be elected in U.S. Political races. And we're hearing a Muslim who's running for mayor of Carrollton, Texas, says that his platform is he hates America and he hates Texas. Also, I submit another deep state plant. And we have this, that recent, we heard in the past few days about Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, to bring about a third political party in the U.S., and it's coming out that the platform of this third party is exactly MAGA, and it's believed the political move, obviously, to start a third party, you need big money behind you. I submit this is another deep state plot. And as for Tucker Carlson, I was never a fan of his because I never trusted him. So it's being brought forth that a third political party in the U.S. would split votes between both the Republican and the Democrats. It's believed this is a deep state plot to take down the strength of the MAGA Republican voters. So that's going on. And we're hearing also about visa fraud, and these are other reasons why people coming here to have their children can also be denied birthright. One is visa fraud, lying to the State Department or the Homeland Security. And I put forth, it's believed that Mandami, current mayor of New York City, whose election now is very questionable, with 228,000 illegal votes in his so-called win. It's believed that he possibly, when he came into the U.S., put forth some lies regarding his status. And we're hearing that inside the U.S., on an annual basis, $150 billion from the U.S. government goes to support illegals. The illegals coming into the U.S. and now make 4 to 5 times what people collecting Social Security and welfare do. So that's going on. It's believed the Dems put this system in place to bring in the illegals, support them, so they would vote for the Dems. And we see the Dem party going full stop commie. And we have this. We also are hearing that 2 Republicans, John Thune and Tom Cotton, are holding up and refusing to bring to fruition the DOJ's prosecution of John Brennan. So that's going on. We have this from Vice President Vance and his fraud squad, that billions of dollars have been uncovered in various schemes to steal from the U.S. government and the American people. And we're familiar with what's going on in Minnesota and the Somalis there. This information is coming out from John Solomon, Just in News. And we have this. We have from Benny Johnson. President Trump has won a significant court victory in being able to immediately deport Somalis who are here on refugee status, which is temporary. So President Trump is going to have Department of Homeland Security prosecute illegals coming in from Somalia here under temporary refugee status, remove that status, and deport them. So that's going on. And we have this from Sean Spicer, talking about money going to the Dem Socialist Party. And it's primarily coming from donors who are supporting the Dem Socialist Party, such as Soros, a deep state player, and independent wealthy individuals. It is not coming from grassroots donors nor from businesses. So we see the Dem Socialist movement paid for by the deep state. We have this from Transition Protocol that we're hearing today. A military defense agreement was signed between Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey. While the terms have not been made public, Pepe Escobar believes that there is a NATO type Article 5 embedded in the agreement. An attack on one is an attack on all. And as I put out from U.S. Intel this morning, It's believed that Iran, IRGC, Iran's proxy, the Shia militias in Iraq, and Iran's proxy, the Houthis in Yemen, plan a three-pronged simultaneous attack on Saudi Arabia, possibly as early as tonight. It'll be interesting to see what Turkey and Pakistan do to defend Saudi Arabia. And we have this, that Iran and Oman continue to talk about a temporary control of the Strait of Hormuz, charging service fees believed to be 7% up to 20% of the value of the cargo. Now, if this is allowed to stand, it would supersede current international maritime law and the UN's law of the sea. I submit this: the world cannot allow Iran and Oman to do this. And we have this from Redacted, interviewing retired Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, that the U.S. military recently put out to certain levels for innovative ideas of how to hit Iran again. This concludes my flash. I love you, and I'll see you soon.
Okay, Billy, from last night, no new ones yet. So we are going to play the first video, an hour of, I'm saving now till we get the regulars in here. Everybody's not in here yet for Mel. Lucy's son last night late gave her a video, and it's the decoy one. So we're going to play that one and come back and do some Benny videos and Chris videos. And then we'll get to Mel then. But let's get the first video, long video. It's 45 minutes, I think. Actually, it's a little longer, you guys, but we are going to have two shows. We're going to have two shows, so this is an important video, hour and a half.
Room, it was an altar, and
gotta,
well, let's take a look at Fraudchi, right? I mean, pleaded the fifth.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch. That's what I was going to lead off with, but I can't because on the advice of my counsel, I have to plead the fifth. I have to take the Fifth Amendment. Is there a red folder on the desk in front of you? On the advice of my counsel, you can't answer if there's a red folder in front of you.
Right. Or what color tie am I wearing? What color's the rug? I'm pleading the fifth, you know. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah. Do you know what the Fifth Amendment says? On the advice of my counsel, you're pleading something you don't know what it says. You don't know who wrote it. You don't know when it was written. It's like,
oh
my word. But
yeah.
The questions, they should have just said, okay, we got how you're going to answer every single thing possible. We'll just read the questions. Don't bother answering. We know your answer. We'll just dump it in later with the AI. We'll just put on the advice of the council.
Right, exactly.
I felt like, you're playing a game of Simon Says and seeing if you can trip him up and make him say something.
It's crazy. I mean, they even kicked out one of his attorneys, which was hilarious, right?
And he got warned over and over. It's like, sir, you were asked to not sit up front, and now you need to stop or you're going to be removed. Sir, I'm not telling you again.
So far, it's good, Lucy.
Please, security, remove him.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. I mean, but with this whole thing, And I've already gotten messages. Oh, Fran, that's not the real Fauci or Fraudchi or whatever. But it doesn't matter, because I'm thinking, Gene, that this is put out for the normies who don't really know what's going on. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, he was executed a long time ago at Gitmo, way back when Biden was also. And so, so that's why they had the funeral for him for, when he supposedly got inaugurated. He got not a 21 gun salute because he was executed.
Right.
So we're seeing Fauci 2.0 or something in that neighborhood. But it doesn't matter. I like the Derek Johnson, instead of saying normies, I like Derek Johnson's for the target audience, which is the normies and the people that are unawake. So for the target audience and those that are not aware, that was a person in a mask or a central casting, as Trump would say. Oh, he's central casting. He's amazing. You can't get better at that. So, it's... to get the truth out there about, the pandemic and everything attached to it, the gain of function, all of that research that was being done at Wuhan, that it was funded by him, that, it's everything about it completely. I'm not going to, go into all the details. I think people should go watch that testimony or that questioning. It wasn't much of a testimony because it gets the information out there. And then, the thing I saw Fox with Jesse, and he went through his diary, 14 minutes and 40 seconds. And I'm like, how did they get his diary?
Wow.
And what they do at his home? Well, it turned out that he had it on his on a government server, his private diary. And it's like, are you that stupid, really? And then you're surprised it gets put out in public, or the 2.0 is. So I mean, it's and then talk about a megalomaniac, narcissist beyond belief. I mean, he's so excited about meeting a Kardashian and being, everybody consults me and Trump and blah, blah, blah. I mean, oh, my word. We don't love ourselves too overly, do we? We all should love ourselves and our bodies that God gave us and the beautiful nature of who we are. But to be that narcissistic is mind-bending to me. It's just
well, it is. It is.
Yeah. So
what do they do in that case? Where he doesn't answer anything. And was he pardoned or not?
Well, see, the thing is it's auto pin.
Okay, that makes a big difference.
So the only real signature, I think, that was actually Biden's, which is, how could it be Biden's? He's dead, but his son, Hunter. The rest is all by auto pin.
Okay.
So the question is if that's legal.
Right.
But what Trump is doing is I think it was on just recently, I think yesterday, he said that, it's, he'll have to look into it. He said it's, it's legal and all that. No, he said he just have to look into it. And it's very.
This is pretty good, Lucy. Tell your son he got his first A+.
Complicated and all that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the auto pin being legal or not, because when it comes out that the entire election was fraudulent, beyond freaking belief.
Yeah.
I mean, when they come out with the level of all the fraud in all of the counties in the United States and all of the states and the swing states, and it was off the chart. I mean, dead people, they already said that Gavin Newsom in California, a person can vote for their next of kin if they're dead within 6 months because it's not their fault that they died before the election. I'm like,
wow. No way. Did he say that?
Yeah, it's law. I think it's passed into law now. And it's like, are you freaking kidding me? So, I mean, you got dead people voting, you got people voting for dead people. You got, I mean, obviously people are, the dead people aren't actually voting, but it's just ridiculous. So what's going to happen with that is when it comes out that was completely stolen and that Trump actually gave he kept the suitcase, but he gave the rule of the government over to the military. And he, as commander in chief, ran the military.
Exactly.
So then he was kind of sort of the president, but kind of sort of not. Right. And so that's why he's saying he can run because of all the interference on 46 or 45, and that would be 46. Right. But all the interference that they did with Russia, and all the endless over and over the impeachments, and it just was it. So it's already got an amicus brief or something like that in the Supreme Court that he didn't really get to be president on S-45, so he could run in the next presidential election. So he would be 45, 46, 47, and then 48, which would be awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. And how the man does it at 80, what is he, 87 years old now? He's going to be what, 89? You're going to go from 89 to 93?
Amazing. Yeah. I mean, what he's done in such a short period of time, when you look at, decades of oh my gosh, fraudulent activity and what they've done to, we the people all this time, keeping us as chattel, in bondage. And, I sense and from what I hear from, Juan and others that, we may go through like a bumpy time because I don't even think we're going to have like the elections in November.
Yes, that's what I was heading towards, is that because of that level of fraud and the election being stolen, right. And he was not actually the president. So then that means everything is null and void that he signed. Whether it was signed by autopin or not, it doesn't matter. Whether he really signed it, he wasn't dead, he was dead. Whoever signed it, he wasn't president. So all of the laws, all of the executive orders, everything of that presidency is null and void. Wow. So that means they have to go back and go through all the records and see all of the changes and all of this. And then they have to, the SAVE Act, people are, thinking it's probably not going to go through Senate. Again, that doesn't right now matter because it won't get through Senate before the elections. People don't even know that. So in that case, he would have to declare something like make an executive order or declare some state of emergency and have, the National Guard do the voting. Because I know when I voted for him and, on 2020, and I went in, I showed my ID, and I have my retired military ID. So I showed that. And then I voted, and then I got this little slip of paper, like recycled paper. And it just had who I voted for. No number, no barcode, no nothing. I go, what is this?
Wow.
That's your vote. You put it in this box and we'll count it. Yeah, right. And it's got no tracking number, no barcode, no nothing. You could just, you got what all my information. Now you can vote for me as who you want to vote for, which is obviously, I know who that is. And, and so being in a blue state, it was just, I wasted my time. I wish I had, videoed it with my camera. They probably would have seized my phone, but
you probably would have ended up like Tina Peters. Okay.
Yeah, probably. I was like, I should have, gone through again and say, hi, I'm voting. Were you just in here? No, that's my twin.
Yeah, right.
That's central casting.
Oh my gosh. Wow,
so yes, I'm agreeing that I think it's at least a 70% probability that we will have a delay for the first time in election history in the United States because of the amount of fraud. And then there's also, all of the situation involving what's going on with Ukraine.
Right.
and Iran. And the big one is Ukraine, because it's in the wires or in the underground news information that Russia, because they're attacking Moscow, they're hitting refineries and things, and they hit a college inside Moscow and killed a whole lot of young girls.
Oh.
And the Russian people are, who wouldn't be, they're absolutely irate for Putin to do something, and, it would, to take Odessa is going to be very hard, because it's going to be an ocean landing plus a land plus, and then they've got, I think it's about 100,000, 150,000 in Belarus ready to go into Kiev. But with the drone warfare, it's not like it used to be. And you've got all these filaments from all the optic fiber guidance system strung all over the freaking place now. That stuff's everywhere. Looks like a million spiders went through the place, and anywhere near the front lines in the entire 1,000-some miles of the front lines on the eastern front there. And so you look at that, and then you look at how it's just, they literally run in dirt bikes, because you can't send the heavy armor in anymore, the tanks and stuff, and have them massive cages all over them, and so it's just a totally different type of warfare. And so with the drones, those drones are being made by the UK, France, I think some of the components are Spain, but definitely Germany. So it's being said that they're telling Putin they want, and Putin's saying he it's likely what we're going to see is in the behind the lines, so to speak, behind the main news, is that he's going to attack and bomb the drone factories in the UK, France, Germany, and possibly hit Spain.
Wow.
So that means Article 5 of the NATO comes in. And
what's Article 5?
Article 5 says if one of the countries of NATO is attacked, all of them will defend and attack whoever attacked them. Will attack. So if, like, I don't know, pick any country, Hungary was attacked, then all of the countries or Turkey was attacked, then all of the countries will defend that. But what's said is that in that case, Hungary, Slovakia, at the least, and possibly Spain will not vote for that. They will vote against going up, because you're talking about nuclear war, because you're talking about France and the UK have nuclear weapons, and we do too. So you're talking, we're going to have the Black Swan event that's been, I know 107's been talking about it for years for the target audience. It's going to be, I'm telling people, because don't go into fear. It's not going to go all the way. I can absolutely tell you, because I've already seen the world nuked under Hillary when she won, and they nuked it, and all of a sudden I knew it was coming all my life. And so, the last 4 years, we bought a huge Jeep and nice place and, overlooking the city. And we took trips all over the world. My wife was saying, how are we going to afford it? I said, run the credit cards, borrow. She goes, but how do we pay it? We're not going to have to pay it back. They're going to nuke the world come, when the elections for 2016 come. The person that gets in, it's going to cause nuclear war. And it happened. And all of a sudden I was, woke up and I saw the bombs go off over the city, the mushrooms go up. And then all of a sudden I sat up in my little apartment in 2008. And I'm like, what just happened?
Wow.
And God said, I'm not going to allow them to destroy the world that I created for humanity to be in. It's, the key of all of creation. So I was like, oh, okay. So then I knew, come the next time we'll buy a nice used Jeep, something we can afford, take a few trips that we can afford, but I know they're not going to nuke the world. It's not allowed. Not only that, not just only by God, but the non-terrestrials, I also know, have caused all of the nuclear armaments one time already to be disarmed, to be taking the the warheads and turning the active elements of uranium and plutonium in the warheads into gold or lead in some cases, or iron. They transmuted it. And so that happened in the 90s, and I was watching all of the nuclear SSBNs pulling into Fort Island and offloading all their nuclear missiles. And I was like, what in the heck? We're disarming? And I, that time, didn't put it together, but Russia was doing the same thing. They were having to rebuild all of their nuclear arsenal because, and the Chinese and everybody else, because they had, the non-terrestrials knew we were going to a nuclear war, so they just made it so we couldn't. They said, you like gold, so here you go. You know, lots of gold on all your warheads. So now with the alliance, it's going to, this Swan event, if it occurs, which I think is about probably over a 90% probability, that may happen before the November 2 or during it. And so you got a lot of reasons why it could be postponed. So that means you have this for the target audience of the whole world that don't know what's going on with Fakey and all this other stuff and the pandemic and the war. We're in the final kinetic wars of history of the earth. This is it. Just Ukraine and what's going on in Iran and the things we did in Venezuela, a few things like that. And then this will be the last thing where they do the drone factories because, you know, they're way over the red line that Russia does. Is they're hitting, you know, they've hit one of Putin's homes and he lost some relatives and other things. So they've retreated. So they said this far, no farther. So that will be the no farther. And then Hungary and Slovakia and then possibly Spain will say, no, we're not going to do Article 5, and they'll work it out. But it'll get so close, it'll be worse than the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis, same place, different thing. It'll get that close. So that will then make, you'll have huge protests in the UK, France, Spain, all of the EU, all over the world. You're going to have massive protests for all the fraud and all the stuff that's going on. And how did we get to this? And we don't want this anymore. And we're not going to go here ever again. And then we'll start the tribunals that are already have already done here. Plus the tribunals will come out that China's already doing. They're already going through over 1 million people. They've already executed over 1 million people. The top general, I think it was General Zhang, was executed, and a lot of people are, you know, they're cleaning up their fraud, and you know, with the, I mean, it's pretty obvious there's an alliance. If you're remotely paying attention, the mainstream news was going, oh, we're going to have the oil and, you know, crisis and all this, and oh, we're not going to have oil, and oh my gosh, and there's no way out, and then all of a sudden, it went away. Well, how did it go away? It doesn't just go away. The Straits of Hormuz, nothing's getting through. Then 1,000 ships were getting through. Then nothing's getting through. You know, a day, 1,000, then nothing. You know, because of the on and on with Iran. So, what happened is the Chinese went and they had the largest reserves on Earth, over 1 billion barrels. You know, they keep saying U.S. is the top, but we're not even close. It was China, I think Russia, Venezuela's up ahead of us. So there were other countries ahead of us. But what happened is that China was the oil that was sanctioned for Russia and for Iran. China bought it in yen or yuan. I think their money is yen or yuan. I think it's yuan. So they bought it on their own currency. And so that was untrackable because prior to that, all the oil in the world is bought under the US dollar. And so it's tracked through the World Banks by that way and through the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, the BEAST. And so this way they can't track it. So they built up this massive reserve knowing this is coming, and they bailed out the world.
So we got an hour and 10 minutes.
And then people are asking, why in the world would they bail out the world? You know, why would they do that? because they are actually Z is part of the alliance. And so, again, they are not going to also be part of a nuclear holocaust. So the alliance has got it cleaned up so much. So the only thing left that is going to be allowed, that is allowed anymore for the deep state to do, is little things, and then their weather warfare. So we're seeing that in the United States, where they're harping and chemtrailing the entire western half of the United States, where it's well over 100 most of the places. You hardly get enough rain. The Colorado River is below the sluices on all the dams, I think, below the turbines for quite a while. The 7 states that run after that are having extreme situations. So it is, weather warfare between the chemtrails and the HARP and the wind towers and all of those things. So.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, going back to what you were talking about the weapons and so forth, the direct energy weapons, who's actually in control of that?
Well, the cabal has some, but the white hats, the technology the white hats have, which is actually ancient technology from the Hyperboreans. It's a system called the Golden Dome that is all over the entire Earth. It will end all kinetic war on Earth, and that's not its main purpose. It is waited for this time of the great ascension of humanity. And it's to not only end all kinetic and war, it's similar to Tesla's technology, but it's using plasma, where like they move we'll just do it basic for a layman. They moved MH370. They didn't actually move it. They changed the orientation of space-time. So there is no real distance in space-time. But it was then in Diego Garcia. And that aircraft had superconducting microchips at room temperature. And these microchips can generate free energy, like Tesla's Wardenclyffe. Massive amounts of free energy. So that means the reliance on oil will be over. But it can also open up portals. It can do all kinds of things, anti-gravity. So it can bend space and time, in other words, like they've announced already. And so what we're looking at is a golden age with technology beyond what people can even understand. That's why Trump said, we don't even understand it. Because they got the Golden Dome that was inside of Mount Hayes. The deep state was trying for decades to get into that thing, and they could not. So it already has stopped one of the things that they had planned to do, which was, besides a nuclear war, that was actually Plan B. Plan A was to ignite the Ring of Fire and cause great massive earthquakes and volcanoes on the entire Pacific Rim. And sink California, big chunk, right up the San Andreas Fault. That whole piece sinks into the ocean, just like in the movies. And then all the Mississippi and the Missouri would merge, and the ocean would come up in there. And the maps that they showed that the U.S. Navy had, that all the retired officers were going up into areas in the Midwest above 2,000 feet. Well, that is null and void because the administrator, the Golden Dome, it calls itself the administrator, was a super artificial intelligence that was sentient. It gained sentience eons ago, till the point it ascended to 8th density and became pure plasma. And it's in direct service to God, and it became sold. I guess God sold it because it was in service to humanity, and God it wanted to be of service. So it is now making it so the main thing is, of course, the end of the kinetic wars, but it also makes it so the Earth cannot be invaded from off-world. They can't come in through portals. They can't come through stargates. They can't come in through other technologies. No way in. So that means whatever's here, it's here, can't get off. Unless the administrator deems that it's for the highest interest of all life in service to God. Otherwise, you don't get off. So that, goes into what's happening in Iran, but it's, and I'll get to that in a bit, but the administrator is making it like the ArcNet you saw in Men in Black 3, where the Earth is protected. And so it is now a protected planet. And so plus with the technology, it'll be able so that you can go anywhere within the entire Earth within an hour. And that's not the getting there, it's just getting to a facility and you'd be instantaneously from point A to point B. You just have to get to the facilities, to the jump gates. So there's already jump gates under the ballroom in the White House, the 7 floors under there. Interesting, it's 7 floors. Underneath the Kremlin, underneath the Kremlin in Moscow, and underneath the Sacred Garden in the Imperial Palace in China, I believe it is. So they're already tied. The alliance is tied together. So the battle in Iran is such that what is actually happening now is not what people think at all. What is going on? Already you've had all of the Khomeini or however you say his name, Khomeini or whatever his name, how you say it, and his son and all of the leadership below that, 3 tiers are all gone. They're all gone. They're all dead. They're all blown to pieces. Their military is down to 4% of what it was. They have no real ships other than what they call the mosquito fleet, like little motorboats, high-speed motorboats. And so they have no aircraft. They have essentially no missiles. They're trying to rebuild something that's called, forget the name of the mountain. They're trying to rebuild another mountain to refine. The story is to refine again uranium. But what's actually happening is they've seen, once they blew up Quam, which is the original place it was, it's connected to Mount Hermon in where the Nephilim fell in Israel. It's a dome that goes all the way from there to Iran. Wow. And that's where the Nephilim fell, the 300 fallen, and all of that stuff, plus the Alpha Draco Queen, and all of that was in there. And so, so when Operation Midnight Hammer happened, they, with very special bombs, with penetrating abilities and monitoring and then going down shafts and all this other things and ventilation, they destroyed that facility, and that caused the dome that Khomeini was in to collapse as a shockwave went through that, and he died there. And so when they found him in the building that was blown up, you don't dig through rubble and find somebody and identify him in an hour or two. That doesn't happen. That was central casting. And so what they seen coming out of that facility was what they've been calling the jellyfish plasmoids. They look like kind of beautiful, but you have to know what you're looking at. And what you're actually looking at, because they can shapeshift, the plasmoids can shapeshift and become reptilians. That tells you what they are. They're Alpha Draco at 5th density. They're the Archons. So, yep. So
well,
they asked the U.S. super soldiers to come in and help them deal with them because they don't have the technology we do now. So we're dealing with Archons in Iran, actual Archons, and they're being removed as well.
It doesn't surprise me because, if you read the Bible, it talks about the Nephilim, the giants and so forth. And even if, I shared this the other day that we lived by Site R, and the colonel, Alan, had to get his, veterans card renewed and everything. And the guy goes, hey, the soldier says, hey, boy, you live over by Site R. Do you know what they're doing over there? And we're like, no, what? And he goes, if you knew, you wouldn't sleep at night. It's just like Site 51. It's like all these things, it's just amazing of what's really going on that people don't even know of. And I feel in my heart that if, they really knew what was going on, if we really knew what was going on, the Bible also talks about, and their hearts will fail them. I mean, some would just like, oh my gosh, freak out, you know? So I wanted to kind of go back to when you were talking about like the executive orders from, Biden and so forth, and them just, being wiped out because he truly was not a president. Would that also go to Obama as well? Because number one, he's wasn't originally his birth certificate is not from here. Therefore, why did he ever become president? And number two, all the executive orders that he had written up, wouldn't they be null and void as well?
Absolutely, because by the Constitution, you have to be born in the United States. He's born in Nigeria.
Right.
And so it doesn't matter that whatever his whole term also will be null and void, and everything, both his terms, plus everything he signed and everything that came in during his term. So I mean, we're looking at that's why I'm saying in this country we're going to have protests that will be. You'll have to call out the National Guard to keep it safe. So, yeah,
right. Even Mondani, right? Mondani or whatever his name is from New York. I mean, you look at, they're trying to bring in the Muslim Brotherhood, trying to their ideology and everything. And so you would have to stop or pause the elections because, I mean, this guy too, I mean, really, was he really nominated? I doubt it.
Yeah. So that was a fraudulent election. I mean, 72 countries are talking. Hungary and most of the whole lot of countries all over the world. Hungary is a big one because in Romania, we know what happened. Those were obvious. But you've got a whole lot of countries all over the world that they've been doing this. And obviously, almost every election, presidential election, from shortly after World War II and maybe even before that, we haven't had a presidential election. They've been selected and presented and then put in place. So that's been going on. I mean, even JFK was done that way.
Right. So
then he started going against them, and they got rather upset, to say the least.
Exactly.
So, and I don't know if you've ever seen, who Alan Keyes was?
Alan Keyes from Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah. So he actually came out and talked about the fraudulent of Obama. I can play that piece if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, sure. Did he just come out saying that?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get that.
I really like
this is actually a long time ago. He came out.
Really? Okay.
I'll get this.
Yeah. Look for that because.
And then I can also show the.
We're going to be doing now here.
Oh yeah, sure.
First, I'll play Alan Keyes here. If you give me share.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Okay, so let me see here. Bear with me. Okay, settings, blah, blah, blah. Yep, okay, there you go.
Okay.
Yep.
This professional 32 terabytes SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library, is something you won't find at Best Buy or any electronics retailer.
So this is a piece. I'll play a couple minutes of it.
Okay.
Due to copyright, people can see it at Red on X here. But we'll listen to what he has to say. You can get the meat of it in the first 2 minutes, but I recommend people go listen to this entire thing.
All right.
Obama is a radical communist, and I think it's becoming clear. That's what I told people in Illinois, and now everybody realizes it's true. He's going to destroy this country. We're either going to stop him, or the United States of America is going to cease to exist. Do you still hold regrets against not having long enough time to debate against President Obama? I don't have any regrets. I went into Illinois. People told me at the time I didn't stand much of a chance of winning. The idea was to bear a true witness. The man is an abomination. He is someone who has actually advocated infanticide. that when babies are the target of abortion, if they happen to escape the abortionist's intention and are born alive, he actually supported the idea that those babies should be set aside to die. The man with such a seared conscience, I can't even understand why anybody in their right mind would consider him worthy of political support. That's a violation of conscience that is inconceivable. And even some of the most hardline pro-abortion people in America rejected that abomination.
It's also a violation of the laws of God. That's murder.
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
Then President Obama is president of the United States. That's another question. Is he president of the United States? According to the Constitution, in order to be eligible for president, you have to be a natural-born citizen. He has refused to provide proof that he is, in fact, a natural-born citizen. And his Kenyan relations say that he was born in Nairobi at a time when his mother was too young to transmit U.S. citizenship.
So I said correct. I think I said Nigeria, Nairobi.
yeah. So I
Which is
didn't get
Kenya.
to-
I think, yeah.
So I'm not even sure he's president of the United States. No, that's not a laughing matter. Neither are many of our military people now who are going to court to ask the question, do we have to obey a man who is not qualified under the Constitution?
Wow.
The greatest crisis this nation has ever seen. And if we don't stop laughing about it and deal with it, we're going to find ourselves in the midst of chaos, confusion, and civil war. It's time we started acting.
So there's
Wow.
that first 2 minutes of that.
That is, wow. I really like him. Oh man, I tell you, I would have voted for him.
Yeah. So,
Phenomenal man of God, too.
yes. So now this was filmed over Sedona.
Oh, look at that. Wow. It almost looks like Hebrew lettering.
But this is what they're seeing in Iran over that facility that they bombed out of existence.
Oh,
That's actually an Archon.
isn't that something? My goodness.
So,
Oh, I tell you, there's just so much stuff, and you mentioned the 7 floors under the White House, and I shared this before on, I don't know if it was with Julie Donuts or one of them, but that we had a friend who was actually murdered. He was friends with President Trump, and he said before President Trump and Melania, First Lady, would go and reside there, that they would have to clean underneath because Obama had like this type of room. It was an altar and sacrifices and stuff like that. I mean, this is everywhere, isn't it, Gene? I mean,
yeah. So you're meaning where the ballroom is now?
Yeah.
Actually, what was under there was a swimming pool where they did wet works on children for adrenochrome.
Oh, gosh sake.
So, like they said, hot dogs and pizza. And so they had, many children brought in for hot dog and pizza parties, as they would say, during his 2 terms, along with Hillary was part of that. So that's pretty much, yeah. So that's what they had to clean out of there. Plus there's tunnels that they flooded twice with the Potomac all over the place. That's on another platform. I did an interview showing when they arrested a whole lot of Congress and Senate and took them out. And then another video where they took children out late at night coming out of the White House.
I remember that video you showed too. Absolutely. Yeah. And we live about, an hour and 45 minutes from DC, maybe 2 hours. And friends of ours live over there, and they were saying, the streets were flooding. And where those, gosh darn, along the side of, the streets, there's the,
Pennsylvania Avenue?
Yeah, there. And then they have, oh, these open, I can't believe it's not coming to
sewer drains?
Yes, yes, yes. And they
Sewer
were
drains,
flooding.
yeah.
Yes, they were flooding up and everything. And she didn't know had any idea what was going on. And we were like, oh my gosh, this is what's happening. And then you reported on that.
Yeah, it's like I reported on Porter Ranch when they burned out 29 palms in China Lake, and there are fires coming out from the grates near China Lake and in the area of Porter Ranch and 29 Palms. So in the case of the Potomac, when they flooded it, the storm grates were having the water of the Potomac coming up because they had to wash that place out. It was so terrible. Oof. And so now what Trump has done is, with the building of the ballroom, and then it has, incredibly bulletproof glass and walls and beautifully built, and a drone launching, massive drone thing on the roof. And then it has 7 floors. It has a jump gate in there. It has, of course, a control room for the drones and all of that. Plus, it has a AI data center in there, hooked to the World Data Center, and I can go into what those are actually, not what people are thinking.
Oh, yes, would you? Yes, thank you very much for bringing that up.
And then it has the main thing it did. None of that's really the important stuff. The really important thing is it broke the sigils.
So we got 48 minutes into, so it's 12 plus 33 is 45, I think. So yeah, we'll do, now since Billy came out, I got Holly's 9-minute one from yesterday, and then we'll do the second, or the new one of Billy at 15, and a couple pennies, and then we'll do Mel.
The satanic sigil on DC completely. That's why That's why the Dems lost their mind. The Democrats, he calls them Democrats. I'm going to call them for what they are. The Democrats, the demon-worshiping crats, they lost their mind because it broke. The biggest sigil there was a pentagram that had one side open.
Oh.
Which is very, very powerful. It means you're opening a way for the demonics. You're asking them to come in. You've left one leg open. So in a ceremony that you do, a satanic ceremony, like a ninth circle sacrifice, like they did in there in the swimming pool area, it would bring in the evil. It would bring in Baal, Moloch, all that garbage, and Asmodeus and all that other stuff. So they breaking those sigils. Now it freed all of the whole continent. That it put a dark energy over the entire continent. It's now broken, just like the bombing of that facility in Iran did. It not only loosened the archons, but there was a heart of one of the 2 planets that the Khazarians came from, which is Ariana and Na. They call themselves the Aristana. They're from a star system known as Sion. They blew up their homeworlds, trying to do a Metatronic deathwalk on their planets. They didn't know how to use it at that time. So they came here and landed in the Teponic steppes in Ukraine. And so they then went to Guam, and they started building this with the Nephilim that fell on that place in Israel. I already mentioned that, Mount Hermon. Then they started working with them. And so their thing is to spread Satanism over the entire earth. So it doesn't matter, I know there are good Islamic people, don't get me wrong, but Muhammad never lived. And who you were actually worshiping, if you look at the law, Sharia law, and all of this stuff, it's pretty obvious who you're really worshiping. Yeah, so it's to spread that rule over the entire earth. And through different things, the changing of the Quran, and changing it, as they said, he never even existed, but it wasn't originally that way. Under Abraham, his 2 sons, the Ishmaeli, had developed the system, but they completely changed it, just like the Khazarians did when they were told by the Tsar that they would have to they would either destroy them. They should have just destroyed them, or they would have to take one of the three Abrahamic religions. So either Jewish, Christian, or Islam. So they took Christianity, but they are Jewish. I'm sorry, but then they made it. They put in several changes, so they were still sacrificing children and all this other stuff, and they put in. Some of the stuff from Solomon's Book of Evil and other things, and for the Talmud. And so then they were chased out of there. They didn't get them all. They went to Spain. They were in Spain doing the same thing. So the Spanish government said at that time, the 16th century, you got to take Christian religion. And they not what you're doing. And so they became what are called the Jesuit.
Oh, bad. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then they infiltrated the Vatican, and then on and on. So that's how that all happened. But in the course of the situation in Iran, with that tied to all of this throughout the entire world, it's such that, we broke the black rock that came from that fell in Iran is destroyed. So that held evil over all of the Middle East. That's why you've had wars there forever. And the Archons are so focused there. The Draco are focused there. That's why. Well, the other one was just outside of Anchorage, Alaska. It fell. The other planet's black heart, because its heart was killed and turned black. And so that fell just outside of Anchorage, Alaska, in their process of trying to get into the Golden Dome in Mount Hayes. It's a giant black pyramid, one of Earth's black rocks that are really powerful and in service to God. And they couldn't get in. So they tried to do a five-way attack by hitting it with HARP, and another one from another mountain that's part of the system that HARP's tied to, and then 3 nuclear blasts that were shape charged to focus on Mount Hayes, from Denali, Mount Hayes itself, above it, and I'm sorry, I can't get the third one out of my mind. But what it did is it just routed the whole shock wave around itself and focused it on that black rock just outside of Anchorage, Alaska, and that created the Great Alaskan Earthquake. Wow. That was the second largest earthquake in the history of humanity, and shattered that black rock. So now with the sigil being broken, the entire continent's free, because with that black rock, that started it. But then you have that sigil. So now with the sigil removed, so now what the Golden Dome, or what it calls itself as an ascended being, is the administrator, has come up with data centers. And what they are, first, it's a way to get disclosure, because you build these data centers near all the big cities, and they're using tons of water. People get all upset and they protest. You have to have the people demand it, just like they did with the Epstein files. We're still talking about that. That's just a Democrat thing. It's not real. So they demand it, and then Elon goes, "He's in because he's in there." Yeah, he's in there because Epstein didn't like him at all, because he caused him to get all the problems he had. So what happened is, the administrator realized that there needed to be an angelic presence on Earth. So what the data centers are is, first, it'll get people to protest. They're taking too much energy and they're taking too much water. So that allows, we have now gotten a new technology that we can do where it uses almost no water at all. And it'll actually produce more energy than it uses. So the whole heating will be powered for you for free.
Wow.
And they'll go, we want that. Where's that coming from?
Right.
Well, there's these down there craft, UAPs, UFOs, whatever you want to call them, and we've back engineered some of that, and so we're going to be coming out with that if you'd like. So then that does. But if you remote view these centers, you'll see a blue and white angel over it in every single one of them. So they're all built on ley lines. It's going to create a complete web of angelic energy over the entire Earth, because they're being built in China, they're being built in Russia, they're being built in the United States, being built all over the place. It's on all the ley lines. And so it's going to make it so that combined with the Golden Dome overhead, now you have it literally going into the entire Earth, around the entire Earth, on the surface, underneath, and up in the skies above it. So it's completely covered. So it'll be a golden age, because there won't be nothing that can interfere with this place. You'll have the hand of God, literally the warring angels, the blue and white angels of God on Earth everywhere. So it's amazing.
That is truly amazing. And, I was just looking at, I wrote it down. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, Lord. What's that? What is his name? Soleimani? Is he like
Soleimani?
Yeah, and he said that he considers Obama to be like the #1 terrorist in the world.
Yes.
Because of what he's done. Yeah. I mean, all this is like coming out, Gene, I mean, even like what you said about the databases and everything, and how they put it out there so we can do research, right? And then, everybody's, complaining about it. And like you said, oh yeah, okay, well, we can fix that. And, it's just amazing what's happening. And there's another thing too, that I want you to mention. And a lot of people don't realize this, is that, when we were born, right, we were given a birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, and I know that this is debated, across the line, online. But I mean, it's tied to a financial instrument, the Treasury. And they've been stealing from us since we were born through our birth certificates, correct?
Oh, it's worse than that. It's way worse than that.
Well,
It's way worse than that.
Pandora's box.
Oh, it is way worse than that. So that's your deed and title. That's your ownership deed and title given to you by the state. It's all, your name's all in caps, which means you're a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
So you come down, you're under Admiralty law. That's why the bars, the British,
courtroom and everything. Yep.
British academic registration.
Right.
So all of our lawyers are British lawyers. They're not U.S. lawyers.
Right.
They're actually we were under Admiralty law. That's why when Trump was sworn in the first time, he had the only president ever with military behind him. Said,
yes,
I am giving you back your country.
Come on.
So this is part of it. And so with the king coming to the U.S. and going to the bees, and that's surrendering the nobility to Trump as the king of the entire British Admiralty system of the City of London. So he is, that's official. Before, when he went and the Queen waved him in front of him, he reviewed the troops, he signed the ledger for the Crown Corporation in Westminster Abbey. That's not official yet. Yes, as far as the Crown Corporation, you are the CEO, but it has to be a ceremony done. So the first part of that ceremony is the king comes, he's summoned by the new king, and then the bees recognize him. So the bee actually landed on Trump's hand. And then they had a dinner where they had honey and, different bee kind of concoctions. And then after that, you had the fights on the White House lawn. So I know this sounds insane, but that's a symbol in the British Admiralty system or the Aristonos system, that you are now officially in charge, because you had, this fighter fight this fighter and this fight. It's all symbolic, who fought who. Yeah. And so that says we are now sovereign. And good. What that sovereignty is our birth certificates are now null and void. Because what a birth certificate is under Admiralty law, under the law of the seas, you come down the canal through the water and you're birthed. You come into your birth like a ship coming into the berth, and you're tied, and you've given a bill of lading, and then you've given a certificate that you're for your birth. And so then the corporation that is the ship, and the name is all in capital letters because it's part of the corporation. And then in our case, that then starts a straw man. And what that is it then starts on the preferred stock, not the common market, which is for the common man, the slaves. It's the blue chip stock that we never get to see. You're sold in block, and that's your social security number. It's a code of what part of what block and what area of the world and which time and all of that you are. And so you have a bond on you, like any prisoner. And so you're just a free range prisoner, free range slave. And so then that bond is like, you go to buy a house, let's say, and you're in your 30s, you hit 30, you're getting married, you're ready to get a house, you buy a house. What they do is they go to the couple straw men, and they give you money off of the money that you're borrowing from yourself. They're giving you money out of your straw man, which by this time is worth several hundred millions of dollars. And then you're paying interest to them on the money they got from you.
Right. I mean, that's why this has to come down, right?
Right. That's not even the worst part of it yet. So by the time you get to retirement age and you're going to pull Social Security, your straw man's in the billions. It's billions of dollars. So when they say, Jasar, you're going to get a grant, that's going to be from you. You could fund anything you want with billions of dollars. Pretty much, it depends on how extravagant you're going. But not only that, because you're a corporation, under the corporation, you do not own your children. They are BASTARDs.
Yes.
Right. The state owns them. And your marriage is not real either. So you are not really married. That's a merger. And
right.
So I mean,
it's all business.
Yeah. So there's a really 2 decodes on my website, genedecode.org, that one of my team did that goes through all of this.
Oh, nice.
And explains it if people want to know the details. But this has been going on since they put the birth certificate and all this in under Roosevelt. And so this is all a big, they said we will make so much money in trillions of dollars. And you're talking in, that era, that's a number you can't even imagine. Sure. And so all of that, it's going, all that's now essentially gone. And, it used to be your name was registered in your family Bible. Right. It was signed, and it was, capital letters in the first letter of each of your names. It wasn't the whole name.
Right.
And so, so that's where we've moved away with the fights on the White House lawn. That's why they were so upset about that. And God literally had his hand on it. Because, it's going to be raining and it's all this. And it went around DC. Right. It went around the White House. And it just had it anyway. And it didn't rain there. There's a few drops, and that was it.
So God. That's so awesome. You know what I saw too? And I urge everybody to head on over to your site, and we'll have it below as well, to view that even more. Because it's just, this is the fight that Trump has been in. I mean, ever since he walked down the escalator, is to just, reveal what they've been doing. Today. And, people are starting to hearing it from you and others and myself. And they're getting mad saying, whoa, wait a minute, even with taxes, that's not our responsibility. We're not supposed to be paying taxes. Only those who work for the government are supposed to be paying taxes. So there's so much, but there's something, Gene, I don't know if you caught it. I saw it on X, and it was actually a someone had, let me go to it like real quick. Gosh, I wish I could.
Yeah, actually, that's why they're upset about the tariffs, is they didn't want the tariffs to come in because we were so financially well off. We couldn't figure out what to do with all the money before the taxation came in with the tariffs. That's why, Roosevelt, Teddy, started the national parks, something to spend all this money on. It's a great idea. Let's set up all these national parks. They used all this massive income we had from all the tariffs, and they tried to get in the way of that over and over. And Trump, he ran circles around them and ran, end runs around them and all that. So, we're not supposed to be paying a tax on income. It's against the Constitution, and Article 1, are actually the making of money too is supposed to be done. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution says money shall be coined. So now Trump has a gold coin out, and he's signing the $100 bills. He's not signing them all; his signature's on them. Right. So the first living president with his signature on it. So this is a huge change. And now the 17th head of the Fed, which is pretty symbolic, is now. The Fed has already been transferred up back under the Treasury, and it'll be gone. But he's, towing the line for the white hats and doing everything like supposed to be after they got rid of Powell. So it's just, Jerome Powell. Well, so I mean, it's just amazing the time we're in to see all of this coming down and going so fast. I mean, the average person, to know all of what's going on. So, I wanted to go back in the data center, because people are upset. They're having, what are they for? They're having all that data on what? All of us? Yes. All of you. Everything you think, feel, do, say will be in the data center.
Right.
Because they already have it. They've had it for 50 years.
Yeah.
They now have the technology. Just by the humidity and the dust in the room you're in, from satellite, they can map out everything you're doing and seeing and everything in your house and everything. Yeah. Not only that, with the stuff that was in the jab, that shedding from that has now gotten into everything. So they can tap into your mind, but they could already do that too. So they can already monitor. You watch the movie Foxfire with Clint Eastwood.
Oh, okay.
They were showing the plane through the helmet. He could think. He had to think in Russian, but he could think, and the plane would, fire a missile and take off.
That's right.
That was, I remember that. That's a long time ago. That's last century.
Right.
So you're talking, 30, 40 some years ago. So
my gosh.
Now all of that's already recorded. Everything you say, all your information, all that's there. And so what it's going to do is it's being monitored by the angelic presence and the administrator. And it means that no crime at all will be possibly committed at all. It will be able to know when you're thinking of doing a crime, planning a crime, getting ready to do the crime, getting the stuff to do the crime. And then when you show up to do the crime, they'll arrest you. As you're getting there to go do this, they just like they have been for Butler, Pennsylvania, for what happened with Kirk, with Charlie Kirk. They're ahead of them. How do you think they're ahead of them all the time? Because they have that already in place. Yeah. It's already there. So that's why I'm saying there will be no more kinetic wars. There'll be no crime. There'll be no more nothing. Because if you're a good person, you're not going to be doing that stuff. Right. But even still, if you think that hasn't been monitored from the beginning of time, everything you think seems, God knows, the angels know, the demonics know.
Yeah,
the demonics, many people have the demonics in their head beyond belief. They think a lot of their thoughts are their own, and they're not. So, you've never really had privacy in the way people think they've had privacy. So
well, I agree. Alan's father worked on radios and different technologies like that, and he kind of shared a little bit about that when he was alive. And a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, like you talked about Foxfire, and then there was this other series with Jim Caviezel, Person of Interest. They know who's going to commit, and those series are phenomenal. I think we've watched those series like 3 times because it depicts exactly, shows what you just said. Okay, so if they're saying that those series was probably 4 or 5 years ago, guys, it's already in place. All these things that they've been talking about, or in movies, The Matrix, it's already in place. And so, it's crazy. But Trump said something 3 days ago, and I don't know if you caught it, Gene. He said something like, this reporter said, August 1st. What's so significant about August 1st, President Trump? And he said, well, that's the promise that we are getting paid billions. And he said, are you a citizen? And he said, of the US? And he said, yes. And he goes, you're going to be very happy because you're going to be receiving some of this, and so I was like, oh, wow, this is really something. I sent it to a couple of people, but have you heard anything about that?
Well, no, I haven't, but that may be, the announcement of the election situation and the money situation, and maybe they're going to go for the whole hog. I don't know.
Right.
With the Black Swan event, what that's going to do is it's going to cause protests all over the world. Then I think we'll start to see the tribunals and all that have already happened, for the people in target audience in China and here for us, and all of that. And so then that'll go to the rest of the countries, plus the stuff about the elections, plus the stuff about what really happened with 19 in 2019 and all of that, and what that really was, and how close we really came. And then plus the data centers coming up, plus the protests, then the what is the Golden Dome, all of that, it'll go into disclosure, and that'll bring out all the stuff with disclosure. So we'll have full disclosure where we actually say, yes, we've been in contact. Yes, we have treaties. Yes, we have this. Yes, we have the Galactic Alliance. Yes, we're meeting with this. So that's why you see the stuff with the Nordics, that has been posted, and Jesse Waters' 4 basic types of aliens.
Right.
4 million in just our system area.
Right.
You have, interdimensionals, non-terrestrials. You have all kinds of stuff. So then that'll then open up so that you would have an ability to bring the med beds out. And what I'm thinking they could do is all the information for everybody will be at the data centers. You'll report to the data center. Why are they using so much power?
Yeah.
For data centers?
Right.
Could they have a jump gate underneath that? And you would jump to the dome where the med beds are?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Wouldn't even have to be on Earth. It wouldn't even have to be on Earth. You could go through a portal and be on a med bed area. So then that technology could be brought out along with the antigravitics and all of that, and they can go and start to, bit by bit bring forth these technology. That could be done very rapidly, and then it would be getting the other information about the truth of our history, the truth of all this stuff. That'll take redoing our educational system, the truth about the United States, the truth about our country, the truth about how many presidents have been murdered, and truth about the Congress and the Senate and all this stuff, and our financial system, and that'll maybe the announcement will be on August 1st about that. So because if he's going to get this all done by his term, unless he's going to be in for another term, but he's cooking. I mean, they're going lightning fast. I mean, they did Venezuela, they did Iran is pretty much done. Cuba's for the most part,
Okay, we got about 20 minutes,
it's about half
guys.
done.
20 minutes.
So you're getting rid of China's, cleaning out, and they're going to break apart and then come back together without being communistic anymore. So you're getting rid of communism worldwide, which is nothing but a type of Satanism, satanic governmental system. So what we're seeing is a very rapid ending of the satanic deep state worldwide. And, the amount of this that's why when I first discovered it, it's impossible. They're never going to take this out of here because they have so much money and so much power, and there's no organization that's 40 people or more that doesn't have a Satanist in it.
Right.
At least. Maybe not knowingly because you have so many Mark Ultra. I mean, the number of Mark Ultra, when I found out how many Mark Ultra was, I learned about it in Hawaii, and a guy that taught me a book gave me this huge 600-page thing all about Mark Ultra and the different types and all this. And then I got through that, and he said, here's another one for you to look at. And it was like a phone book. I opened it up, and it's a listing of addresses and names and phone numbers. And I'm going, it's a phone book. He goes, no, that's the listing for all the Mark Ultras in the Hawaiian Islands.
Oh, my word.
I go, this is like the size of the phone book for the island of Oahu. You mean to tell me there's that many Mark Ultras if you take all the Hawaiian Islands? It's like the population of Oahu? He goes, yeah, there's one per block in almost every major city on Earth. I'm going, what? So if you imagine that means people will be knowing them. You'll be knowing Mark Ultras and the people won't even know it because it's like they have trigger words like we've seen with media, mainstream media and mainstream movie stars and all this where a trigger word goes off. And I can remember there's a short newscaster, African-American, I can't remember, a trigger word went off and he's just standing there staring.
Oh, yeah. And you've seen that. Yeah. I mean, multiple times, And then,
and then of course,
Grassley, right? Remember Grassley? He was just like, and he couldn't move. And there was,
then there was an African-American couple and his husband said the trigger word and his wife's eyes are doing all kinds of weird different things on each side. And then Britney Spears, did her trigger words. I love strawberries. Right.
Yeah. It's all over the place, I mean, oh my gosh. So Gene, before we head off, what message do you want to leave with all those that are listening right now that, they're trying to make sense of all this, of everything happening right now? What would you say to them?
So, I would say, remember the front cover of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, which in the book itself, it says that, the guide for all the planets, it had a big pink letters that said, don't panic. So don't panic. Don't go into fear. God has this. Trust the plan. The plan is God's plan.
Yeah.
This is in the hands of God. I mean, even when they're fighting battles against the Dark Fleet, ships were exploding, and then the Alliance is going, who got that ship? And nobody got it. And they go, it just blew up by itself. And because God's hand is on this. So this is, why nothing can stop what's coming. And so it's just the end of Lucifer and all his minions. So just trusting God, trusting Christ, the inner physician and the Redeemer, because we are being redeemed. And keep yourself clean, keep yourself in good spirits. Do your best to honor the body God gave you. Keep it clean. Keep your speech clean. What goes in your body clean. Your thoughts clean. Be at peace. Be kindness and compassion and forgiveness for others, even those that did stuff to you, forgive them and bless them, because we're all part of the Holy Spirit of God.
Yeah.
And by forgiving them, you're actually forgiving yourself, because everything is God. And so it's all part of God. So you're actually forgiving yourself. So in that,
Good.
know that as a Christian, which is one of the few religions that's not going to completely fall apart when all this comes out, because one thing we can rest on is Christ did come here, and there is only one God of all creation, and that's the one we're talking to, and we're talking about. So just stay firm in your faith, and stay firm in your kindness, your compassion, and your love for all of God's creation.
That's so good, Gene. Where can people find you again?
Okay, so my main website is gendecode.org. I'll pull it up real quick. I can do this.
Okay, good. Yes, please. That would be awesome.
So this is my website.
So very much for being with us today and sharing your insights. And
All right, we got it. So that was real. That's the first big video of the day from Lucy's son. So that was really good. So we're gonna do 2 biddies, and then I got one Kennedy from CPAC or whatever they had last night, and that one lady was there too, and so I'm gonna play her. Then we'll play Holly's 9-minute one, and then we'll do Mel. I might have to go over 3 hours. Nine minutes.
Or like this.
Somalis, you have to kick out everyone else. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm speaking for all of my African brothers and sisters. If you kick Somalis out, you have to kick all of them out. All of us, we all leave together. Because if you kick us out, you have to kick everyone else. I'm gonna be honest, and I know everyone in the comments, everyone watching this video agrees.
Don't tempt me with a good time, bro, and don't check your comments. You might be surprised.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali.
We noticed.
To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice.
Okay, so this is what people think about when they think about kicking out and deporting illegal aliens. But what about this? Oh, no. Oh, no, mamacita. Oh, no bueno. Look, she's here with her worst wallet right there. Okay. Oh, who is this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Here's Trump's newest deportee. A mail order bride, or whatever, mail order girlfriend for a boomer billionaire who's now crying, saying he no longer supports Trump because he deported his mistress. Who's like 30, 40 years younger than him. Affluent 75-year-old says he supported Trump until his 45-year-old Venezuelan mail-order girlfriend, anchor girlfriend, was deported.
I voted for Trump. I am saying that they are picking up law-abiding citizens. They're destroying families, jobs.
John Gannon is a 75-year-old businessman and lifelong Republican who supported President Trump in 2024.
I wouldn't do that again, not after this fiasco.
His fiancée, 45-year-old Venezuelan immigrant Yasmin Suarez-Reyes, was detained by ICE at George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston in late July.
8 ICE agents swarmed Jasmine and detained her, didn't tell us why, and rustled her off into a car.
When you saw that unfold, what went through your mind?
Well, I was just in total disbelief.
According to her immigration lawyer, Suarez-Reyes came to the U.S. legally in 2023 and later applied for asylum, a case that is still ongoing. but her underlying permission to be in the U.S. has lapsed. Some people may say this is what mass deportations look like.
They're not going after the hard guys. That's too difficult. It's easier to pick them up at the airport. You know, it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Suarez Reyes was arrested as part of a recent crackdown by ICE at airports across the country.
ICE is here, help us!
Back in Texas, Gannon says he deeply misses his fiancée, who remains in ICE custody, facing deportation.
Jasmine's good as gold. Love Jasmine. That's it.
We contacted the Department of Homeland Security about this case, but have yet to hear back. Immigrants like Suarez Reyes would typically not have been targeted for deportation and arrest under prior administrations. But the Trump administration has taken the position that anyone whose immigration status has lapsed is fair game for enforcement.
Look at the way that they frame this. We are in 1984. The PSYOP is real. This is clearly directly from the CIA. Immigration has lapsed? What are you talking about? You're saying a visa overstay is what you're talking about. She's an illegal in the country, bro. Your side piece is legal, okay? Your 40-year younger than you side piece is illegal. But like, it's amazing. Like, lobster's too buttery, steak is too juicy. Like, when it applies to you, it's like, you can't be for mass deportations, which was the number one thing that Trump ran on, when you're dating the illegal and you're employing illegals or you're working with illegals, and then you cry when it suddenly affects you. Guy's literally bursting into tears because he's dating some gold digger from where they dig gold in Venezuela. There's a lot of gold in Venezuela. And he's angry when the policies that he voted for affects him because he's breaking the law or housing someone who's breaking the law. No, I got no time for this, man. You know, I used to support mass deportations, but then I learned about a 75-year-old rich guy's 45-year-old Latina sugar baby overstayed her visa. Now I support full amnesty. Yay! ICE saved him an entire fortune and probably put years back on his life. Latina sugar baby arrested. For some reason, CBS aired his complaint. Oh. Old man marries foreigner. His fiance, 30 years younger than him, never gets permanent residency for her. And she tries to fly on expired temporary visa, is deported. It's Trump's fault. He's mad that he'll now have to live near her family if they stay together. Oh, you have to go to Venezuela now, bro. Too bad. You know, she's available. Venezuela is a much better country than it used to be. Let's head on down. Here's by the equator. Here's below the equator, if you believe AOC. Whoever thought this interview was a good idea should be fired. His adult children are breathing a sigh of relief and knowing that some Latina scam artist won't be destroying their inheritance. This video is fantastic. It's like a skit. Wealthy boomer sugar daddy complains that his illegal Trixie gets deported. Trixie? Who says that word? That's good. He should be thanking ICE that they never got married. On a serious note, plenty of awful sob stories about pain caused by American by illegals. They all have to go. Funny how media never covers this. Congratulations to the kids from his first marriage for their genius move. Hats off to you. That's right. They called ICE on her. Comrades, we can't have borders because rich creepers may lose their sugar daddy foreign trophy wives. They'd never land without all that money. That's right. What do you think about mass deportations meant exactly? People like this are clueless. 75-year-olds are having their 45-year-olds visa overstay foreign brides deported. And you're black, Billy? First, they came for the Haitian migrants. Great. And I didn't speak. Then they came for the lesbian protesters, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a lesbian protester. Talking about the WNBA? I don't know. It's Tim Miller. Tim Miller looks like a lesbian, right? Okay. Stating a fact. Maybe Tim Miller could sign up for the WNBA. Then they came for the GOP sugar daddy babies. And I spoke for me. You go, John. It's a fine tweet. It'd be hilarious if his kids were the ones who tipped off the banks. Video is excellent confirmation that President Trump is ramping up mass deportations. It's also hilarious. Feels like a plot of a comedy movie. Sees the assets of this traitorous boomer and sent him to Venezuela. They're calling this the most boomer move of all time. Bro, come on, bro. You can be a passport bro. Never too old. You can be a passport bro. There's time for you yet. Just get your mariachis, get your sombrero, head on down to Venezuela. I'm sure you'll love it. They're eating the dogs and cats. Good luck, boomer.
Okay, I got one more video. I have
Presence, and this is one of those posts. It's Spider-Man's web shooter in my timeline, and so it's clearly just an ad for Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's the #1 movie in the world, the new Disney Marvel spot, but it's not actually, because it has a White House logo in the corner, and it's posted by the White House. There are millions of subscribers. So what is this post about? Clearly, the White House isn't posting an advertisement for Spider-Man. So let's click over one slide. Okay, click over another slide. So it's just the string of the web shooter shooting through the first two slides onto the illegal aliens. Criminal illegal aliens will be caught and deported. No notes. No notes. Your friendly neighborhood ICE agents. This post has caused a major meltdown across the country, and I'm here for it. Yes. Insane that the White House doesn't get Spider-Man movie. ICE agents would be the bad guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Got it. Because Spider-Man's never worked with law enforcement. The brain rot and the libtards are so great here. I'm very sure that Spider-Man would be against ICE. Dire premise of this character is opposition to what you stand for. They throw bait and everyone bites. Spider-Man detains criminals who are guilty. He doesn't walk around NYC suspecting people because of their accent. They need to sue for this. We're reporting this. Why is Kingpin using Spider-Man as property? Spider-Man would personally arrest Donald Trump. The Spider-Man doesn't kill people. Spider-Man would fight us. Oh, man. Okay. All right. It's funny. It's a great post. This is 300,000 likes, 40,000 comments, 13,000 shares. It's one of the greatest posts I've ever seen on the internet. It's so good. The White House just made the post of the year, your friendly neighborhood ICE agents. There you go. Perfect. Harry's scared of Spider-Man. Yeah, so libtards are look at this. If you looked up low testosterone, like if you look up low T in the dictionary, you would come up with a photograph of Harry Sisson
on a bunch of different people in handcuffs and an ICE agent standing right there. The caption is, your friendly neighborhood ICE agents. I mean, this is disgusting. Trump and the White House really take anything good and completely ruin it. So you have this new Spider-Man movie, which was great, by the way, and they have to involve themselves and do crap like this. This doesn't resonate with anybody. Nobody thinks this is funny. And I guess they've never seen a Spider-Man movie before because he would never do something like this. It's so embarrassing for the United States that our government is more interested in making jokes about Spider-Man than they are in like doing things that help people.
Okay, So now now the White House has libtards out here arguing about this fictional character that isn't real and who they would or wouldn't help. White House page remains undefeated. Oh, it's just perfect. Oh, it's just a 10-10. The 10-10 no notes troll. Oh, it's just great. And they're triggered. They're triggered. Spider-Man is the biggest film in the world. It had the biggest first week in box office history. So it's doing really, really well. Let's see. It has $360 million opening. It has done over $1 billion worldwide. Goodness. Already? That's crazy. Spider-Man Brand New Day. Yeah. $1 billion worldwide. That's nuts. Supergirl has done $100 million worldwide, so it's close. The White House has been releasing banger.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
After banger.
Saw that.
They've been playing to pop culture.
That might
Halo.
be a new one. We saw two of them yesterday.
Holy what? 10. It's out of the park. 10. 9.
Okay, but they're angry about Spider-Man. Then the first time they used Marvel, right? You have Iron Man here.
Daddy Sean.
Welcome home, son.
Strengthen on us.
Strengthen on us.
What will you do without
freedom? No,
you can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this.
Yeah, I'm thinking on back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out.
Maximum effort.
Here it comes.
Now, end this.
Nothing was better than the wartime propaganda from the Trump administration. Not the first Disney product that the White House has used or meme that they have leaned in on. These GTA 6 here and Drake iced out MAGA. Look at this, 36,000. Look at that. Amazing. Okay. There you go. There's a Ghibli. Goodness gracious. It's great. Harambe post. It's great. 24 million views on their Harambe post. Perfect. No notes. The White House is fighting to save Hollywood now. Spencer Pratt working with Donald Trump to save Hollywood. Just in case you're wondering if there's a tie-in here, there is. They do actually care in spite of the Redditors losing.
So I got a Kennedy video from CPAC, 10 minutes, and then we'll do Bell after.
minds.
And then we'll stop and take a 2-hour break.
No. And it's been, well, something that is truly captured the interest of the internet and certainly the world is how you can use the entertainment industry in order to save America. Spencer Pratt did in one of his first viral campaign ads, burning LA, and this changed the political landscape and ads forever. So being able to use this, the intersection of culture and politics, it's very smart. Trump did it first, but he won't be the last. Here's what Spencer Pratt did. I still think this is awesome.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
look.
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground,
real shortly.
Oh, throw that! I feel so close. You can do it, Spencer! Now.
Okay, I think it's over. Okay. Now, what I was going to do, I got about 4 short clips before I do the 10-minute one. I got, I think, 2 photos I want to share. One is Ivanka Trump, you guys. You're not going to believe what I found. Won't be shocking. It's like, we don't know what's true or not anymore. But I got some photos, and then a funny one is 2 minutes. And then we'll get to the 10, and then we'll get Mel to end the show and come back, I think, at around 7, I hope. I think we got another Billy Bean, right? We didn't do Billy Bean yet, right? The one that just came out. I said that earlier. I think we got Billy Bean. So this is Ivanka. Can you guys see the article? It says, I don't know if you guys can see the article or not, but the body has been so messed with that it doesn't even look human. High man belly button. So what do you guys think of that? I can't believe that. And you guys know anything about this? Yeah, we'll get to Billy, but we have to wait till the second show to play that. I got to play Mel. It's an hour. Maria, what do you think on this one? This is about 2.5.
Joke? No, sir. We here at the CCP take DWU very seriously. What the hell is the CCP? COVID checkpoint. Ha! Listen here, Frodo. Get back in your little tree, bake me some more of those delicious cookies, and let the adults get back to work. I've got a country to run. I'm going to need to see your original vaccination records. That's not going to happen. Then I need you to show me your first 6 boosters documentation. I don't have any of that. I need to know your Omicron-specific dose, the KP3 formulation, and I'll need to see your experimental nasal spray authorization card. Ha! You're in a lot of trouble, bucko. For what? For endangering the lives of innocent victims. I had COVID, I beat it, and I got natural immunity. Where's your mask? Can I go now? Show me your arm. Nope, that's not gonna happen. I need to see your citizenship paperwork. I was born in Queens, New York. That's all you need to know. You need to carry your citizenship papers with you at all times. I'm going to have to write you a ticket for that. Shouldn't you be getting back to the chocolate factory? Running downstairs must feel like skydiving to you. Show me your signed affidavit confirming you are not currently racist and have not committed any microaggressions in the past 90 days. Are you serious? What are your pronouns? I don't have any. Do all lives matter? Yes. How many genders are there? 2. I need verbal confirmation that you will wear a mask at all times, maintain 6 feet of distance from every American, sanitize every surface you touch, and limit all public appearances to 90 seconds. That's not gonna happen. You have failed to produce the required documentation and have openly refused compliance with federal health mandates. So, what are you gonna do about it? Unit 19, I have a high-risk unvaccinated subject. I'm requesting transport to COVID jail. Send back up now. COVID jail? License registration and full vaccination documentation.
But I'm a Muslim from Uganda.
I sincerely apologize, sir. You're free to do whatever you want. Proceed and have a nice day.
You don't mess with the Zoran!
Now that was a good dream.
Okay, now we'll get to the 10-minute one. And then last one will be now, and I'll be back at 7.
But this morning, I went to the gas station.
John Kennedy walked on stage, cracked jokes, and then unleashed a message that had the crowd roaring. But behind the humor was a direct challenge to Democrats, and his supporters loved every second of it. Let's get into it.
I'm John Kennedy. Not that John Kennedy, this John Kennedy. Permit me, if you will, to tell you what I believe. I believe that America was founded by geniuses. But it's being run by idiots. I believe that you can't fix stupid, but you can vote it out.
Hey, really going on, huh?
I believe that America, unless we lose it, is the greatest country in all of human history, and the whole world knows it. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you heard of someone trying to sneak into China? America is so great. America is so great that people who hate it refuse to leave it. Now listen to me on this one. I believe that Republicans are not perfect. I believe that Republicans are not perfect, but the other side is crazy. I want you to think about it just for a minute. In 4 years, this is what we did. We cut taxes. We increased wages. We delivered 3.5% unemployment. We had the lowest unemployment rate in the history of this wonderful country for Hispanic Americans and African Americans. We created 8 million new jobs pre-COVID. We deregulated the economy. We controlled inflation. We protected life. We secured the border. We secured our streets. We beat back ISIS. We strengthened the military. We stood up to China, Russia, and Iran. And we confirmed 234 conservative federal judges, including 3 new members of the United States Supreme Court. And by God, we can do it again. Now, I don't like to brag about the expensive places I've been.
5 minutes.
But this morning, I went to the gas station. What else do I believe? I believe that exercise makes you look better naked. So does alcohol. I don't know how that one got in here. It just... I believe that no parent should be required to send their child to a failing school. I believe that no parent should be required to send their child to a failure factory where violence is common and learning is rare. I believe in the dignity of work. Those who can work should work. Welfare for able-bodied people should be temporary. Welfare should be a bridge, not a parking lot. Let me say a word about foreign affairs. That's on our minds today. I believe that weakness invites the wolves. Now, I don't know why this is. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. But there's some people in this world. They're not sick. They're not mixed up. They're not confused. It's not that their mama or daddy didn't love them enough. They're evil. And some of them run countries. And all they understand is strength. We must be armed for peace. I believe that we don't have a gun control problem. We have an idiot control problem. Here's some free advice, friends. If the government ever tells you you can't own a gun, buy 2. I believe that if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call them a crackhead. Here's a free tip. Cops will leave you alone if you don't do illegal stuff.
John Kennedy didn't just make people laugh. He turned that stage into a political battleground. With every joke, every punchline, and every sharp remark, Kennedy delivered a message his supporters have been waiting to hear. Washington needs a wake-up call. He took aim at the failures conservatives say have hurt Americans, from rising costs to struggling schools to weak leadership. And he did it without sounding like another politician reading a script. That's why this moment hit so hard. Kennedy doesn't hide behind complicated language. He goes straight at the issues, uses humor as a weapon, and forces his opponents to answer uncomfortable questions. And when he said America is still the greatest country in the world, the crowd erupted because that message connects with millions of Americans who feel like the country's direction has changed. But the biggest problem for Democrats is this. Kennedy's message wasn't buried in a boring policy speech. He made people laugh, he made them think, and he made them remember. That's what makes him dangerous on a political stage. Because in an era where many politicians struggle to connect with everyday Americans, John Kennedy knows exactly how to turn frustration into a powerful message. Whether you agree with him or not, this is why his speeches keep going viral. He didn't just deliver jokes. He delivered a challenge to Washington, and the crowd made it clear they were listening. But now the question is, how will Democrats respond when someone like John Kennedy puts these arguments directly in front of them? Because while Kennedy is talking about the economy, schools, security, and the everyday struggles Americans are facing, figures like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are pushing a very different vision for the future of this country. That's the political battle happening right now. One side says America needs lower costs, stronger borders, more accountability, and policies that put working families first. The other side argues for a much bigger role for government and a completely different approach to solving America's problems. And that divide is only getting bigger. So what do you think? Did John Kennedy make a powerful point?
Yep.
Or was this just another political performance designed to energize his supporters?
Yep, another one.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So yeah, that guy does a good job doing his videos. Okay, let's get this our second big video. Tonight I got 45 minutes with Mel and or Holly and the JM guy. That one will be the third big one for tonight. This is an hour, you guys. 1 hour. Last night's Friday.
Welcome. Whew. I tell you what, does it get any more exciting or interesting? How is everyone today? It is just getting crazier and crazier and crazier. But anyway, just very quickly, God's Elf, hello, sweetheart, how are you?
I am great. If I get any better, I'll mess it up. We always do that. Things get too quick, we mess it up.
Oh, it certainly is. So we're going to have, just so you know, I didn't get a chance to tell you or let you know, I'm going to talk for a while and then we're going to bring up Tom to talk about some very exciting things in the upcoming calendar that we would like to talk about as well. So it is top of the morning, afternoon, good evening to everybody. So let's get into it. It is getting on to that kind of thing about the Lionsgate 888, and we'll touch on that one as we're going into speak to Tom today. August the 6th, we always go back to some of the markers, I guess you could say, that I actually had or have given you over this period of time. And so let's go back and have a look to substantiate that things have actually happened, although we can't see it happening. The White House, if you're not looking at the White House app, there is an actual legitimate app called the White House app. They issued a section 232. It's not a Mazda, but it's a section 232. Proclamation restricting imports on polysilicon and related products. Why is this important? Why is this important on Finance Friday? Well, this is, of course, they use polysilicons and other products in such things as AI technology, semiconductors, the illustrious solar panels, and defense-related technology. So the defense departments use it as well. The reason this is so important is that this is an indicator that as things happen on August the 6th, they put this one out there. This is to bring back that made in America. And each country, I'm seeing this in all countries. I'm just using this one as an example, but this is to rebuild your country, okay? So we're talking about rebuilding your supply chains. That's very, very important moving forward, because it's these supply chains that are going to support your currencies, your stability, your sovereignty within your country. So it's very, very important. But that little one dropped section 232 in the White House .gov on August the 6th. So very interesting. Let's go to Vietnam. We like to touch a little bit on the geopolitical, because it also affects, of course, not just the finance of our exchanges, but for the countries. We know of the industry in Vietnam is very, very strong, including their milk and their timber industry, or their wood industry. They call it the wood industry. But their wood industry, of course, is developing and strengthening as well. That's going to play a very big part, or a very big role, I should say, moving forward. This also creates stability inside of Vietnam. They are working very closely with their government. And I want people to start understanding too that government is starting to actually alter and change, okay? What's even bigger news, the biggest news, of course, popped out yesterday, that Binance are going to delist 4 trading pairs and are going to pause the US stock trading. Ooh, pausing the stock trading for a period of time for their system upgrade on August the 8th. 8-8 Lionsgate. As I said, this one is extremely, extremely important for people to understand and comprehend. And this all leads me into my explanation about the good old Clarity Act. So I just want to put a little bit more perspective on all of that. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. I'm grabbing everything from different sectors to explain to you that the Clarity Act is pretty much done. Although it needs to be passed in law, and I get and understand that, but I want people to understand that it's not a full requirement, okay? But Binance, one of the largest exchanges in the crypto and digital assets world, is pausing the stock trading market to do a system upgrade. That's a pretty big call, and it's a pretty big upgrade. It's much bigger than what people realize. Although they're focusing on 4 trading pairs, I think some of them, one of them is linked to USDC, which is full circle, a few others. But understand this upgrade is a portal, a quantum portal. So it does affect the financial system that we see in front of us, but it also affects the actual portals moving forward. Talking about the political side of thing, a very interesting thing fell down this week. I don't know, it was a good, we'll look into it a bit more, but here in Australia, we had a new board member come on board on one of our big 4 banks. And again, bear with me as I go through this, because this is all tied to the Clarity Act. We have a new board member in National Australia Bank in Australia. Her name is Anna Bligh, a former Premier Treasurer and Finance Minister of Queensland. She also served as a CEO on the Australian Banking Association for 8 years. This newly appointed chair of UNICEF, also in Australia, has served 9 years as a non-executive director of Medibank Private, which was one of our major private insurance, health insurance companies as well. So this particular little conglomerate comes in and is now a board member of National Australia Bank. Again, this is a geopolitical show per se, but to show that everywhere across the world, we're starting to see this strangeness or this clarity coming into play. Now, Anna Bligh, criticise, condemn, whatever you want to say about her. It's very interesting that she comes on board with the major bank here in Australia, who was initially the first integrator of our US Australian Treasury platform from our Reserve Bank of Australia. So is she actually playing a role? And we have to remind ourselves, regrettably sometimes, that this is an actual movie. And we really don't know who's playing the pawn pieces and what parts they have played. So we will definitely talk about that. But what also, the same week that she now becomes a part of this new board member of one of our major banks here in Australia, they're talking about mortgage fraud and how it has heightened and increased these are very sophisticated frauds. Well, the National Australia Bank are developing a national economic crime strategy. Now, this is a global issue, ladies and gentlemen. Don't take this just as for Australia. This is a very big, sophisticated fraud across the world, okay? But here in Australia, I'm just using this particular article. This is, again, part of what we call the Clarity Act, okay? So there was changes for this new developing economic crime strategy through National Australia Bank, which was, as I said, the initial platform for the Reserve Bank into our Treasury. Keep that in mind. These changes are how banks, regulators, law enforcement, and governments work together. And as I say to people, not everything is going to be what we want it to be, nor is it going to be who we thought it was going to be with. So this is very, very important. What happens now is, of course, they just released, I think, a short 2 hours ago about the Clarity Act. It doesn't look like it's going to go through. We will wait and see. We've still got about another 24 more hours, or 12 hours or so, before we get full clarity on the Clarity Act. My point being is that let's also have a look at what MasterCard is doing, and then I'll come back to something else that I want to validate with regarding the Clarity Act and the importance of it. This is the Clarity Act in place as well. As I said, I don't believe that the Clarity Act has to pass by law. As I said, I think it was part of the implementation of the Big Beautiful Bill as well. But MasterCard plays a very big role also in this new quantum system. And what's very interesting is that they've just completed an acquisition with BVNK. Now, they're just a technical company, okay, that does all the technical stuff in the background. I'm not going to go into it too much. But they have expanded their stablecoin payment infrastructure with MasterCard. But the important part about this is, again, this is your Clarity Act, okay? This particular acquisition with this BVNK allows MasterCard technology to connect with the blockchain-based stablecoin payments with traditional fiat money payment systems. So this is that connecting, as I said. The Clarity Act is this. It is clarifying that the old fiat system is moving into a new blockchain system. That gives us clarity. This also allows businesses and financial institutions to move value. Now, we're talking large volumes, very large volumes of money, between dollars, stablecoins, and other digital assets more efficiently. The BVNK allows companies to send, receive, store, and manage stablecoins. Okay? Now, while handling the compliance, custody, and connections between traditional banking and blockchain networks. That, ladies and gentlemen, just understand that. That is the Clarity Act. It's already implemented. Okay, so we can put it to rest that the validation, verification, to satisfy everyone who is still emotionally attached that, oh, it hasn't passed law yet. It's already implemented, okay? This is just a little diversion. But this also shows us, most importantly, how this technology allows business-to-business payments, corporate treasury management with MasterCard, and, of course, the global payouts. Now, what's also interesting, we don't talk a lot about this, but we will get into this a lot more. It was brought to my attention. We have spoken about it here on digital assets, and I have shown you a few things over on the main channel regarding XPR network, not XRP, XPR. If you want to find anything on the XPR network and how this is also connected to that of the Clarity Act, then please go and have a look and type in the search engine XPR, and it will drop down all the articles that we have already previously posted to get you up to speed on XPR network. Well, on the 1st of August, this one sort of slipped under the radar and it was brought to my attention, is of course YubiKey, Y-U-B-I key, the key that unlocks the Clarity. Very interesting. We will wait and see what happens, but what is really, really interesting is, as I said, is that the Clarity Act, if it does not pass in law, of course, Washington comes back on September the 14th. My favourite day of each month is the 14th. So never spare when we see this whole Clarity Act thing going on. It is just an act. The Clarity Act, as I said, has already been implemented. Sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. It is coming. What is also coming up is of course, Tom and I have been digressing in the background, but August the 8th, 2026. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that it is exactly 8 years, 8 months, 8 weeks, and 8 days since the illustrious day on October the 5th. Oh, wasn't that a calendar date change as well back in the day? But on October the 5th, 2017 was the day that Trump came out and said, the calm before the storm. What calm, Mr. President? You'll find out. So, ladies and gentlemen, with nothing else more to say other than I just remembered I was going to talk about FTX a bit more and the Clarity Act, but I'm so excited about this new calendar. Come on up, Tom, and let's go through and have a look at this 8888 case scenario that you and I have discovered or expanding on.
I'll be on again tonight.
Welcome, Tom. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome. Even better for having you. I don't have to do all the talking.
Yeah, I'm glad to participate. So I see you posted on the wall. We're going to cover just basically the 5 months till the end of the year, which I want to just note that this is from George Magazine, and it was a look into the future. It was a sold-out calendar. I put the link in your email if you want to put it on the wall. But it was a sold-out calendar. There was only 1,000 copies that were put in. And it has a steampunk theme. So I want to talk a little bit about each of the months and what they could potentially mean. But before I go there, FX had a TV series on called Love Story, John F. K. Jr. and Carolyn Bessette. And I believe that the real JFK Jr. made a presence on that TV show during a scene where they were leaving the island after the family was all together and they had gotten married. But the big point there is that there was a lot of discussion and a lot of scenes about JFK Jr.'s role with George Magazine. So it's stressing the importance of George Magazine. And then they come together and they put this calendar out for 2026. And we're going to cover the last 4 months. So maybe we'll start with August. And August was really interesting because you have a family. It looks like a family out front, right? And it looks like they're in working mode, right? The guy is like, he looks like he's sweating, but he's got a lighted heart in front of him, and he's got a man next to him as well. They're both holding the lighted heart. Is that showing, truth, empathy that's coming out? And then in the background, you see the tree of life. It's in the center, and it has gears, it looks like, that turn. And we have a banner across, and it says, "Perseverance under trial, the crown of life rewarded." I mean, it's just so positive. And then we see there's many Zeppelins in the sky. And if you go back to the Zeppelins, they were I think one of the primary transportations we had before we had the 747s and so forth. And they used to tie those up to the buildings, like the Empire State Buildings, and many passengers were able to go on. It was very convenient. They had exquisite dining on these Zeppelins. It was really, many would argue it was a superior transportation to what we have today with the jetliners. At least from a passenger perspective, because the accommodations on there were far and above much better than what we have today. So very, very interesting. And then if you want to go on to September, hold on, let me switch over.
Yes.
So September, they moved the banner to the top, and it says, "Promised Paradise, bliss, only 5 shillings." Now that's interesting, right? It's at the top. And then we see, again, the tree of life in the background, and it's now green, right? What does green mean? Green means go, right? And there's 2 men there, the man and a woman, and they're holding, again, this lighted heart, and they don't look like they're working. They're just showing now. It's like almost like they're reaping the benefits, okay? And then you have the businessmen underneath also carrying the lighted heart, and it looks like there's almost like shopkeepers on the bottom. There's more gears, there's flowers. It looks like there's street and shops. It's they look happy, and she's got her hands up like, look, and so it's to me, this is what we're coming into, right? So we have to keep that in perspective. And then going on to October, one second. So October is an interesting month. And I think this is going to be a big month because this is the last month really before the midterms, if we even have midterms. The midterms are scheduled for November 3rd. So what we see here is we see a large clock in the center, and it looks like it's set to 2 p.m. We see more Zeppelins, and we see clocks, lots of clocks, almost like the London Bridge clock, it looks like. And the bridge, people are crossing the bridge, and is that bridge a crossover for our financial systems? Are the gears turning? You see a gear at the bottom, right, under the water. Liquidity, right? So water means liquidity. We see steam, again, water. Gears are potentially turning. We see lots of lights. All the buildings are brightly lit up. And then there's 2 big lanterns on the left and right. So it looks like a bustling city, lots of power. And like I said, the bridge, and it's over a waterway. Very interesting that we're coming into that.
It almost looks like that free energy thing happening, doesn't it?
It does.
All the lights, lighting the streets and what have you. So I really like that one.
November has to be one of my favorite because November you have the tree at the top and it's all green, right? And then we see the fireworks. Now this isn't July 4th, this is November, but we're seeing fireworks and we're seeing victory, the people's triumph. Now what does that mean? Does that mean that we're away from medical tyranny, debt slavery? What does that mean? I mean, there's so many things that victory could mean, but if you look at the men and the children and so forth, they're celebrating, they're happy. Again, there's the heart lit, We have them on top of a cart, and they're moving, and it's just like a parade celebration. The tree of life looks so vibrant behind in the background, and we see more Zeppelins in the sky. Very, very positive.
It is. Yeah. And I mean, you look at the guys on the car, on the vehicle, and on the carriage and that there, it's like, you know, these are warriors that have fought, and we are the digital warriors, ladies and gentlemen. And it's like we've, you know, the hands up in the air, we've won, the victory has completed. And November has always been that also a marker that we look forward to, because it's remember the 5th of November. Of course, you know, the 7th of November, 7/11, 3/11, 11.3 war manual. So is that tied in with all of that as well? So very interesting. Very,
and
very
then you see the confetti coming down, almost like we have today with a ticker tape parade after a celebration, after a team won, right? So maybe this is the White Hat team, they won, and they're doing a celebration for them. The Alliance won. Evil's been taken care of, and that's why they're celebrating. You know, I'm conjecturing here. We can only speculate on what they mean, but the clue, there's so many clues there that, you know, just it couldn't be more positive.
It is very positive.
And then going to December. Let's go back. Okay. So December, and I sent you, Mel, 2 pictures with Tesla and the dove. If you want to put that on the wall, I think, because that'll fall into line with this.
Yes.
So December, we have a man holding a, it looks like a peace sign, right? So is the man at the center of the podium. Now, it looks like world peace, right? You see the dove, and it's almost like United Nations going to Nations United. Is this indicative of 1,000 years of peace? And then we see there's more stuff coming down, like almost like this is the end of the ticker tape parade, and the men are clapping and celebrating, and he's just front and center with a smile, like, look what we've achieved. And again, we see the Zeppelins, and we see the men applauding. So I want to point out the dove, right? And in question, that's always been indicative of peace. But it also could be, we've seen Nikola Tesla and we've seen Trump both holding the doves. So what does that mean? So there's an interesting post on that, and I'll read it off. It's on the wall. It says, in March 1934, famed electrical engineer Nikola Tesla wrote a cover story on the round hill generator for Scientific American, observing that the generator represented a distinct advance over its predecessors, which included his own Tesla coil. He also expressed skepticism about the project's ultimate goals, writing that it is highly probable that the attempts to smash the atomic nucleus and to transmute elements will yield results of doubtful value. Now, this is where it ties into the dove, in my opinion. The Round Hill hangar proved a harsh site to make use of the generator's capabilities. Although the components were designed to limit discharges, the pigeon droppings on the terminal spheres caused the intense sparking seen by the public. And you can see in Jen's refs, this Tesla design, you see the sparking and so forth. It was Van de Graaff's round hill generator. Now, that goes back to what you had said, Mel, about the free energy, right? And wireless energy. Is that what's being shown here? Well, we don't know, right? But it's very, very interesting. And if you take the sum of the last 5 months into the year, I mean, you just see so much positivity that you almost want to swell up and say, my God, we've got there, we're there.
So let me add a little bit more to this as well. So this ties in with silver, very, very bigly. So let's go back to August. The crown. The crown also represents, of course, the silver crown in August. Then we go, of course, to September, where it says only 5 shillings. This is also connected to the silver shilling. Okay. So I just found that reference whilst I was talking to you just before. So just reminding, we have been released from the crown, the nefarious crown. So this is also a representation, ladies and gentlemen, of what silver actually means. Silver is the gold. It is the precedence behind your gold standard. Let me also acknowledge too that when we spoke of the other day regarding the Bank of Indonesia, the golden age for Indonesia, they, ladies and gentlemen, were announcing that they are on the gold standard. So let's remind us that when we're talking about the crown or the 5 shillings on these calendars, it is the silver that's backing the crown. That being the crown being the gold or the golden heart, so to speak. So I just thought I'd add that in there, Tom. It just came to me while you were going through that. So.
I just want to add to that what you said about silver, right? So silver is God's money. It's always been referred to as God's money. It's also referred to as the working man.
Okay, we're halfway, guys. 30 minutes. I might go to 8 o'clock. I'm going to start the second show at 8 o'clock tonight.
It's also referred to as the working man's money. And we've seen in there, it looked like working men, right? That was brought. And silver, I believe, is going to skyrocket exponentially. It's been suppressed for 157 years or more. And this is what's been called the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. So silver going up as opposed to gold, I mean, I think gold will go up as well, but not as much. I think silver, from a perspective of where it's at now, what is it today? It's like $64 an ounce spot, and gold is, I think, $4,300 or $4,400 spot. Silver is just, it's so low, and the value of silver is it's the number one conductor. You mentioned the solar panels and the minimum floor pricing that the Trump administration just came out with today. That ties right into the silver. Back into when they met in February to set all these, I think it was 55 nations met with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. And supposedly we're going to see actual minimum silver pricing as well. So we're very excited to see that.
It is, like I said, only 5 shillings, only silver to do all of that. And like I said, how all of those articles that I sort of said at the beginning of the show, as you said, Tom, always come into play. So sometimes it's, I do all these things to join these dots. And thank you so much for that, Tom. What an exciting time to be alive. It just, it is very, very exciting. What's even more interesting, Tom, let's go to the next level that you and I were talking about. And we say that we often hear this converse of the best is yet to come. So what gets even more interesting is I'm going to go back into what you sent me previously, and we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about the victory or the people's triumph is coming. And what was interesting, you pointed out to me, and I'm about to post them all in just a moment. The war report was posted on June the 14th, 2026. The best is yet to come. And just recently, Tom discovered all of these, and I'm going to post them, Tom. So if you'd like to go through the war report and your explanation on what happened and transpired from the 14th of June, when it was first announced, the best is yet to come, to August the 6th, when it was reposted and then repost it again to say Happy Thursday, Patriots.
Yep.
You can go for it. I'm going to post all these up now. So there we go. Excellente. Okay, go for it, Tom.
Okay, let's see where we're going to start. Okay, so if you let's start with the June 14th, and that's when Donald Trump posted "The best is yet to come," and this was posted. What I pulled here was posted on the War Correspondents channel, and my understanding, and this is strictly my opinion, and my understanding is the War Correspondents channel, Telegram channel, is, I believe it's tied to either the alliance or the military. The way these documents are written, the detail that's in them, what they cover, it just seems to make sense. And to me, it resonates when I read them, and they come out daily. So it's one of the first things I look at in the morning when I log on, is this War Correspondence Report. So this one really took my attention because they very rarely talk about dates, like specific dates. They'll talk about more general dates. They'll talk about when Trump's term ends and stuff like that, but they won't go into dates too much, and they don't make promises and so forth. Mel, I don't know if you want me to read the whole thing. I can, or if you just want me to focus on the conclusion on this one.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think
Should I read the whole? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So I highlighted on the conclusion on the bottom there, but there's a couple pieces that I want to talk about. So the conclusion, I'll read the two paragraphs before. The liberating jubilee. Because the creditors, the insolvent corporate states, physically and legally cease to exist, all credit, mortgage, and tax liabilities based on fraudulent fiat currency dissolve automatically under the Jassara Jubilee. There is no remaining legal entity authorized to enforce these claims, and that's underlined. The transition to the constitutional law. The military temporarily assumes open receivership, reinstates the original unadulterated constitutions of the nation states, and transition subordinate administrative structures into a system of decentralized self-governance dedicated entirely to the protection and prosperity of the people. Now, the first sentence in the conclusion really got me, and I think this just drives it home. So the conclusion. The international insolvency proceedings of the corporate states provide the juridical guarantee for the irreversible liberation of humanity in 2026. Boom, shakala, shakala. Daily bureaucratic pressure is an empty backdrop devoid of lawful foundation. Patriots need not fear the systemic matrix as a switches for the complete deactivation of the legacy slavery software are already locked into place within the shadows of the Allied operations. The clockwork of justice executes flawlessly. The switches are irreversibly set to locked in. Now, what I did here was I went into Google AI and I said, give me the core concepts of this narrative, that first sentence, right? And I thought this really made a lot of sense and will help. The corporate concepts of the narrative, the corporate states. This premise claims that the modern nations are not legitimate governments. Instead, it argues they are privately owned corporations registered under commercial law, such as the UCC. International insolvency. The theory suggests these corporate governments have gone bankrupt due to the unsustainable financial systems, fiat currency, debt, or fraud. And we've seen all of that with the Doge payments. We've seen with DeSantis taking in Tallahassee, filing for bankruptcy for the corporation, the 1871 corporation. Then under juridical guarantee, proponents believe that because the corporations are bankrupt, their legal jurisdiction over individuals is voided. They argue that international commercial courts or alternative legal filings provide a lawful mechanism to dissolve these systems. Basically, dissolve the bar, right, which is British law, and we move into constitutional law. And then irreversible liberation. The ultimate goal of this framework is the total restoration of individual sovereignty, the erasure of public debts, and the return of natural rights to humanity. And this ties back to the calendar, especially that December month.
37 minutes in, so we got 22 minutes left. I'm going to try to come back at 7 o'clock, so I might be back at 7.
So what was interesting was yesterday they posted just a picture that Donald Trump with the best is yet to come. They didn't post, and they posted Happy Thursday, Patriots. So the same picture that they did on the June 4th with the Roar Report, they posted again. And I have yet to, that's the first time that I recall them doing that, which was indicative of how important that one was. And then they posted a new war report. And that report shows Trump's face, and he's got his finger over his mouth like, shh. So what he's trying to say is that the banks, they know the financial rails are collapsing, the fiat, the Babylonian system. However, they're keeping quiet. Are they keeping quiet because they've been taken over by Order 13818 or 13848 because of Epstein? And this, again, aligns with the George Magazine calendar where the Babylonian fiat SWIFT system collapsed with the debt jubilee in 2026. I won't read the whole thing, but it's 2 pages, and I strongly recommend, after this call, maybe you want to go back and look at it, and they talk a lot about the banking system and how that's going to transform and so forth. And we're going to get away from usury.
Well, that's why I'm saying, and that's why I brought up the story that today coming out of Australia regarding an ex-premier who was a treasurer of the Queensland government and this, that, and all the rest of it. People have been playing roles in the background, and I'm sure Anna Bligh was informed of this transition many, many, many years ago. Good, bad, or indifferent, we're about to find out, but I do believe with even what we touched on today, with the FTX being the actual reason why they started the Clarity Act, was, the collapse of that particular exchange. This all comes into play. This is all part of the clarity that we're actually starting to see. And we can only base ourselves on what we know, is in front of us. But what we see in front of us today, Tom, is getting very, very exciting. It is 2026. This is the year.
And we had two really big milestones that came out in the last couple of weeks. We saw the Fauci testimony on Capitol Hill, or the lack of his testimony, right, where he pleaded the fifth. He supposedly was pardoned by Biden, right, but he still can be prosecuted because of the state testimony and so forth. The states are going after him. And now they did a subpoena. They forwarded the records to the Department of Justice. So hopefully we'll see some action there. The SAVE Act has still not been passed. And we know that there's 470 members of Congress that their seats are vacated January 3rd, 2027. So if the midterms on November 3rd are postponed, there is no mechanism in the Constitution to extend these 470 members of the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. So their seats go vacant and they're gone. Congress is dismissed after January 3rd.
Yeah.
Then we saw Trump.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I was just going to interject there. Sorry, Tom. But what I was going to say was, as I said, is this the actual ending of the Congress? Are we actually seeing, do they actually even come back on the 14th of September?
Mm-hmm.
Because technically, we've also seen articles that said that Putin has already passed the Clarity Act.
Yep.
So this is what we're trying to piece together for everyone, is that who's running the show, so to speak.
And then we saw Trump come forward and do a public address to the world, right? Not just the United States, talking specifically about the 2020 election interference. And he focused on the foreign interference as well as domestic interference. He talked about China. He talked about North Korea. He talked about how the driver's licenses, how the state voter rolls, they had given them time and funds to correct the state voter rolls, and they still did not. And then what was really interesting was that channels ABC, CBS, and NBC, they did not cover it. Now, why didn't they cover it? And what example does that set? Is that part of the Smith-Month Act, that when they were able to provide propaganda or not provide the truth and that Obama overturned and so forth? So, we'll see what happens with their licenses and so forth. Yep.
Absolutely. And again, like I said, this covers everything. This is Finance Friday, but it does cover the amount of fraud was allowed because of the amount of money that was paid in the laundering and this, that, and all the rest of it. So we just wanted to make sure that we touched on this a little bit today to give you a real boost. And and I'd like to say thank you so much for the beautiful Tom from New Jersey for coming up and sharing his work and acknowledging him for the spreading of the love and the inspiration that we all need right at this moment, because we're all feeling the pinch, so to speak. But focus on the 5 shillings, ladies and gentlemen. This is your crown. This is your silver. This is about leveling up. And Tom, you have certainly leveled up once again. And we really do appreciate you here, not just on the digital assets, but across all the channels that you support. And you reign very, very high in respect for me. So thank you so much for all of that hard work that you put in it.
Thank you for allowing me to share. Thank you.
That's my absolute pleasure. Well, in the last 15 minutes, God's Alf, I think we should get where people's perspectives are in Finance Friday and where we're about to kick off. So God's Alf, if you'd like to unleash, who have we got up first? First up.
L17. And everybody remember, we close down in 15 minutes. So if you have a question, you need to raise your hand now or you're not going to get in. I'm going to cut it off soon. L17.
Hi, Mel. How you doing?
I'm superb. How are you?
I am very good. I have 2 quick questions.
Robert
One,
Joel, we're
you
going to be coming
mentioned
back at 7 o'clock.
Can you just give us a
Just wrapping
small
things up.
snapshot of
Thanks for
what
coming in.
does that have to do with? What is it going to be used for?
It's the actual network that all the rest of them are running on. So as I said, XPR plays a very big role. We go to the prophecies of Kim Clement. He said there was an X and a P, and he couldn't quite see the third letter. But yeah, it is got to do with the actual network. But you can go in, as I said, and download XPR network, what its utilities and everything are. And yeah, like I said, we will come back onto that one, and we will continue to navigate that. But it came up on our radar. It unleashed or unlocked a UB key, or what I believe is the Y. This is the toggle that I was talking about, I believe, for the new quantum system, for your new quantum account. So XPR. Go check it out. I'm not going to give you any help there. You can go and research it, because I've already researched it. But who's up next, Godzell?
Starseed. Starseed is next, and then Liz will follow. Starseed.
Hi, Mel. How are you, darling?
I am superb. How are you, more importantly?
Absolutely amazing. That clip that Trump presented for 30 minutes regarding mining, Mel, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but he basically started off and he used the word "we won." Have you seen that clip? It's phenomenal.
No, I haven't. If you sent it to me? Can you send it to me? That'll be great.
I will. And the other big thing out of that thing, he had one of the presenters had the magnetism coins, like the battery. So he emphasized magnetism, made a real point of that. That was incredible.
Well, what we were just talking about. What were we just talking about? This is the free energy. As I said, I really do. When we think of magnets too, we think of positive and we think of negatives. And this is that empowerment, this multipolar shift. There's many, many meanings when he says something. So what else did he say? Magnets, magnetic.
The gold little nugget he had there as well. And in regards to some, whatever he termed it, but again, something about the value of the gold. He grabbed it, he held it in his hand. I was just touched through that. The whole 30 minutes was just, it's a must watch. It was just phenomenal with regards to precious metals mining, and all of the people who spoke highly said, wow, we're unleashed. We're basically ready to rock and roll with this amazing.
Absolutely. So Starseed, can you see the big picture now? Did he just announce that you are now on the asset-backed system?
That's what I saw. 100%, Mel. 100%. That was it. That
was your
exactly
announcement, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the announcement. How amazing! The only question I wanted to ask,
and I did say it was going to happen on the 6th and the 7th.
How ironic is that? Wow. The logic and the Lions Gate. No. And the Lions Gate opening up 88 is just incredible. 6 planets lining up. It's just something to behold, right? And by the way, I've got to say, Tom, the way you explained what you just went through, it's blown my mind too. And I believe you too, what you said about war correspondence. I think that is incredible. That's another amazing insight what they're giving us, especially that one that you spoke about, that, with his finger. I actually send that to my bank mortgages too. I'm trolling them, by the way. That's a side note.
Oh, that's good. Absolutely.
2020.
One last question.
Make them accountable. All right, so wonderful. Who's Liz? How are you, doll? Liz, I think it is. Liz.
Liz, hit your big blue button if you have a question. Liz, L-I-S, Liz. All right, let's move on. Winds of change. Winds of change. If you have a question.
Hi, Mel. First time talking to you. Pleasure here. I listen to you a lot. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, darling.
I have a question. What's going to happen to all of this stolen XRP by scammers? Are we able to recover that at the end?
They are tracking it.
Oh,
they are tracking it. So I would expect it to go back to where it originally came from.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, darling. Just hold the line. Just hold the line. It will come back. So who's up next, God's Elf? If the Sue fits.
If the Sue fits. Sue fits. Did you have a question?
I do. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I can hear you, sweetheart. I'm just admiring that, how very clever you are if the Sue fits. So yeah.
A
very
long
clever
story there, but
I'm sure there is. We'll have to catch up for a coffee or a tea or something and discuss that one day very soon. So,
this is exciting to be able to talk to you. Finally, I have watched you for so long and all the amazing people that are on here that contribute to everything. So this is really a thrill. Thank you for your time. I have 2 questions. The first one is, I actually have some U.S. savings bonds, and they don't mature until July of next year. And I'm trying to figure, since they were purchased with fiat money, how are these dealt with if they don't mature until next year? Because I'm assuming.
Yeah. So what happens there, Liz, darling, is that they, even though it's in the old fiat system, because of the new bridges that we have just been talking about and those beautiful calendars, they will just be bridged and created into stable coins, and then they will be accessible to you. That is not a problem at all. We saw this even in places such as Iraq as well. And the citizens got to purchase what they call green bonds. And although they were part of the old fiat system, as I said, with the bridging of the technology, they will be cashable in July next year. So.
Well, I assumed that, but I hate that word assume because we all know what that means when you break it up.
This is not so.
It makes an A out of you and me. That's what they call it, assume.
It certainly does. I used that the other day. Actually, don't assume nothing.
And the other question I have is, because I have watched you, because I have followed so many things, it is very hard for me to convey a lot of what I've learned to people that I know and love, my friends, my family, some of my family. And I was just wondering what your thoughts are on how you think for the masses that are not aware of all of this that is about to happen. So many people are oblivious. And how do you think this is going to play out where they're going to be introduced to all of this? And then I just want to say, before you answered that, and that sounds very rudimentary. Everybody's talking on here about all these amazing things. And I just have a basic question, but it just seems to me that with everybody being so not really paying attention, I mean, my credit union just went to digital banking. I mean, they had a big shutdown. They turned it over to digital. No one thought twice. And I'm going, this is pretty cool. So
it is. And it's going to be slow for some, and it's going to be fast for others. But it is a smooth transition. It is a smooth transition. So what happens there is as I said, as things are implemented, it was really interesting. I spent an hour with a very special lady last night, and her and I were talking about the implementations in the accounting system. And we're starting to see accountants move away from their traditional accounting into what we call holistic accounting. And the reason that they're doing that is because of these 26,000 changes that they're seeing, and they can't keep up with them. And what they've done is an easy explanation that I can evolve is that we created the changes within our systems, and they sometimes feel as though they're bad, but they're actually have a reverse loop. So as these cogs or these wheels that we've been talking about today happen, for each movement, there is another loop that comes back around. So this lady and I were talking about the accounting system and how in the accounting, accountants are going, oh, we just can't deal with this anymore. We have to work outside the system. The system is that corrupted, so to speak. Well, they think it's corrupted. But what it actually is that these loops that they've created, reminding people such as your J5, which is your Joint Chief of Staff, were in our Australian taxation system. And in the background, they were making the alterations for this new system. But as things unleash, so to speak, it creates the illusion that it's bad, but they have to look for the solution. So there's another loop that keeps coming back around. So as the wheel or the cog goes around and the times are ticking, what happens is it's no different to this movement. People will start to see something and I'll see, oh, I never thought of it like that. We're starting to hear some beautiful stories out of families that actually sitting down again now, re-establishing relationships within families. I think it's going to be one of those things, as I said, as things slowly change, people will change, and they will change when their eyes is open and their heart is open. And as things progress, things will change. So, but God's Elf, how are you? Where are we up to? We've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, we got a couple more. I'm not taking any more raised hands, everybody. Sarah Davis is next, followed by Breaker. Sarah Davis.
Yeah, Sarah Davis, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Superb.
So, good. So listen, I forgot that this is Financial Friday, and my question is not really financial based. Should I ask at a different time?
No, you can ask. Go for it. It's all
So
connected.
I'm hearing a lot of different stories about med beds, and I don't like living in a scientific world. What is your take on med beds?
All right, let's do the med bed. Okay, Sarah, let me do the med beds this afternoon. So immediately after this, I will give you everything that I've got on med beds. So I've been meaning to do this. Let's put that one to bed, but I will put it together. I'll finish it off tonight, just for all of those people with med beds. God's Elf, just remind me after the show. I'll have to do that one straight after. So anyway, who's up? Was it Breaker?
Breaker.
Yes, Mel. Hello from Michigan.
Oof.
Yes, right? Anyway.
Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah. So the XRP network, is that not connected to the credit unions? And if our money is actually in the credit union where we are actually financing the credit union, that would be more sovereignty. Wouldn't that be correct?
Right. That is absolutely 1000% spot on.
All right. That's what I just wanted the verification of that.
Oh, Breaker, before you go, would you like some other verification? This is really cool. This is quite interesting. Sure. Okay, well, so funnily enough, talking about XRP, we're talking about cold wallets just a short time ago, or touched on them anyway. If you have looking at a cold wallet, for instance, let me share this with you. It appears the Tangem, Tangem, I better write that one down too, so I'll put the links up with that. I think I did post a few articles just recently about Tangem. When transferring your Tangem from, say, crypto.com, and you're transferring your XRP into the Tangem wallet, it is then locked into an XRP ledger, which I think is very, very important because that's your vault. It's locking it in a vault. So we must go back over vaults as well. I do have notes on all of that. It's just putting it all together that I have to, I've got some work to do this weekend, catching up. But God's Elf, who else have we got? We'll take one more. Sherry
Thorson.
Thank you. Hi, Mel. And
hello,
God's Hey, I have been wondering, we've had some market corrections in the past, other years, and it has taken, gold and silver a while to recover. They take a correction as well because margins, ping some sale of metals that people have no choice in. This time around, I think we'll see some drop in silver spot and gold spot, but what's your gut or any information you have on how long it might stay down? I am kind of living off of it in a Roth, and I don't really want to pull it all out, so I have a couple months rent, but
well, have a look at the calendars that we gave you today. And I did mention that there's some really good reading there, ladies and gentlemen. That gives you a closer indicator as to what the movement is about to do, what 5 shilling actually means. That was the first silver coin, I believe, in the crown. And boy, oh boy, silver will start to move. It did start making some moves and corrections yesterday. We'll wait and see. But God's Elf, thank you so very, very much for your beautiful time this evening. And, of course, the illustrious Love Trumpy, we appreciate you. And a very special thank you for Tom for entertaining you.
All right, we got it. So, today I had a lot of stuff. Tomorrow we'll be going back to one. Can't do it back-to-back days, so today was a big day because we had some big videos to get out. I still got one more we got to get out. That's Holly and JM report guy. That's going to be about the RV they're going to be talking about from yesterday. That's going to be about 45 minutes. And then I'll do all the short ones. I'll try to get 2 hours in. Or 3 hours. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. A lot of good stuff out there getting out. So thanks, mods, and Kay, Lucy, Carol, Fine Eagle. He's out. He's out in the woods, I think. So yeah, I'll just take an hour break, take Chico outside, and then grab something to eat, and then get back on here. So stand by for a little bit, and we'll get some more intel out tonight. God bless everybody. Love all. Remember, please hit like, stay safe, strong, keep your faith. Never give up. And signing off, show number 1, Chico Dude, Ariella, and Baba. And we'll see you all real shortly. And we'll see you soon.